Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
I thought that spring was coming over the last few days. It seems to have left us for a minute this morning. This is a meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the County of Annapolis. I'll start with the roll call. District 1.
Bruce present.
District 2. District 3 is Alan Parrish, myself. District 4.
Clyde Barthel.
District 5. Now, District 6 is Councillor Alec Morrison. I got a note from Mr. Morrison this morning that he had a medical procedure yesterday which prohibits him from attending today. So I would ask for a motion excusing him from the meeting today.
So moved.
By Councillor Longmire, second by the Deputy Warden. Any discussion? Just so you know, this is so that not being here doesn't count about you missing a meeting for the 3 meetings in a row and you missed the government. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. District 7.
Dave Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10.
Fred Redden.
District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. Next is the approval of the agenda. I've got a couple of things, but I'll start with anybody else. Deputy Warden?
Well, I'm just going to move to...
Oh, I've got a few amendments.
Yeah.
Anybody else with amendments?
Amendments or additions?
I'm going to ask that we have an in-camera session under litigation. And if I go in camera under number 9, there's a spot there that we'll put it. And also, Councillor Bartow has a matter relating to a proposed Acadian Centre. I'm going to call it at Fort Anne. And there was a little mix-up. He wanted to get it on the agenda today, but it was put on the council agenda for next week. So I'm going to invite Councillor Bartow to speak to that today so that council is aware of the issue, so that if we feel it appropriate, we can deal with it at the council meeting. So we'll put that as under new business down under, I guess it's N as in Norman.
Can you put it under late editions, Morgan?
Sorry?
Can you put it under late editions?
Late editions, okay. Late editions is number 8, so that would be, I'll call it Acadian Centre. Okay. Anything else that, any other changes to the agenda as circulated? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion approving the agenda as amended. Deputy Warden moved, seconded by Councillor Longmire. Any further discussion?
I just have a question.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Councillor Morrison sent me an email yesterday that he wanted to add on the death of Prince Philip, and I did not know with what you said, and the email he sent me doesn't match up. So he's certainly not coming today?
Well, that's an interesting question. I can read the email.
I'm just going to leave.
No, let me answer. He said he likely won't make it today, but then he did say that he did want to speak to the Upper Clements Theme Park, and if he does get here this afternoon, he wanted to do that. But the thrust of his email was he would not be able to make it today the way I read it. So, about Prince Philip, I didn't see that in an email. I recall him saying that at the meeting last Friday that he did want to speak to it. So we will invite him to do that perhaps on Friday when we get together again.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other amendments? There's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as circulated and as amended. Seeing nothing further, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. Minutes from the March 9th, 2021 regular Committee of the Whole. looks like we did a lot of work that day because it goes on for quite some pages. Are there any amendments to the minutes as circulated, Councillor LeBlanc?
We, after that day, we discussed about the cleaning of the hub, sports hub, and I don't know if it's been looked at or considered at this time.
We looked at the
Cleaning. If the facility is free, it should be, we talked about the fact that maybe they should be cleaning after the facility is free.
litter and that kind of thing? And that's not in the minutes?
Well, it wasn't picked up that day, but I brought it up after. I don't know if their CAO looked at it or...
Warden, the truth is I didn't follow up.
Okay, so how can we move that on so that we have it in our minutes?
I do recall it being talked about. I don't recall whether it was part of the motion.
None of these motions, no.
Well, right now,
So we'll have to...
the minutes are just capturing the motions. And if there's something, Councilor Blanc, that you want to raise in the future in that regard, feel free to put it on a future agenda if you don't think the motion that was passed captured what you wanted to have it captured.
All right, thank you.
Any other amendments to the minutes as circulated? To make sure otherwise David's going to talk to me. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion approving the minutes as circulated.
So moved.
Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Bartow. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, business arising from the minutes, there's nothing there. So we'll move on to the new business. Just organize my papers here. So the first item under new business is the recommendation report auditor appointment, and that's found on page 14 of 145 in your package. And it deals with the recommendation that Kenton Dufford be appointed for audit services. There's a motion there in our package.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Catino, Councillor Hudson, yes?
No, I would make that motion.
Okay.
It has to read the motion.
Maybe I'm
Gotta be on the table.
Okay, we can put it on the table and discuss it. Would you read it out, I think, for the benefit of those watching?
Recommended?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we should have a seconder. Well, you move it and then we'll ask for a seconder.
You're moving it?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Who's reading?
I'll
Yes,
read the
exactly.
So Hudson's going to read it.
It's recommended to council that Kenton Duffett Chartered Professional Accountants be appointed by council to audit services for general operating capital reserves trusts, the county water utility and Bridgetown water utility for the 2020-21 to 2025-26 fiscal years.
So you move that, Deputy Warden?
That's a recommendation.
And Councillor Hudson, you second that?
Yes.
Discussion? Councillor Conlon.
Last year, while I was watching the council minutes, when the auditor was in there, CAO asked him to go leave the room with him,
To do what, sorry?
to leave the room with him. And when he came back, he said he didn't have time for any more questions to be answered. Is the auditor hired by the council, or is the auditor hired by the CAO?
Warden, the auditor is hired by the CAO on behalf of the council. It is, he's there for assistance to both administration as well as council. If I hear you correctly, was that an audit committee meeting?
Yes.
And then he was here on behalf of council.
So when council has more questions, I guess, can the CAO interfere and say, no, we don't have more time for questions? Or is it council's decision to ask the auditor to stay a little longer and answer questions?
I would think it'd be the chair of the meeting, would it not? In a meeting? Whoever the chair was, I'm not sure who it
The
was.
chair of the audit committee?
I just I didn't like to see that at the time that the auditor left with the questions still not answered. And I just wanted to know the procedure of it. I don't assume that it would happen in these two years, but it happened. I just asked that question. Actually, not.
I didn't hear that last part.
Warden, it's up to council, and if the auditor didn't have time, if he was excused by council, that's one thing. But I think the warden is correct. The chair would be the one that makes the determination. I mean, he would have had to discuss it with the council in terms of his time limitations.
Just for my own edification, if I could perhaps ask Mr. Cotw or Ms. Campbell, the auditor audits our financial statements, but I take it that as the auditor, he's also the go-to person for financial or accounting questions during the course of the year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. And my next question is, this is for a 5-year appointment. Why are we doing a 5-year appointment? Why not do it every year?
Warden, through the council, the process is always takes time. We can, but it is practice with all of our services, whether it's legal services. Most of our services is usually 5 years, and typically, just my experience has been the longer you retain somebody for, the better the price you get, because there is some commitment sometimes to, in some cases they'll increase their staff if they've got, the particular new workload, they may increase their staff workload, and so it's generally practice to go 5 years. I'm simply saying that I think that's been the practice, and I think it's an appropriate practice.
So do we enter into a contract with respect to the 5-year term? Do we?
Yes.
And if after year 1 we're not pleased with his services, whoever it might be, and I'm not suggesting we would be, is there a termination clause in the contract where we can, terminate it and go back out for another RFP during 5 years, or not?
Warden, I believe there is, but I'll have to look at the contract.
Any other questions with respect to the appointment of the auditor, Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. How much does an audit cost? Year. What's this contract worth? Year in, year out.
It's right there on page. It's in here.
I didn't see it anyway, or maybe I missed it.
On page 20.
37.
28.
37 years. Okay, thank you. I've got that from
Page 28.
my good partner over here. And the other thing I wanted to mention was last year I was a little disappointed when I asked our auditor where something was reflected in our audited financial statement. And I was really disappointed in his answer, saying that, a certain fee was blended in to a few projects all over the place, right? Was blended into it. So that kind of was disturbing to me last year, that it wasn't straight up and didn't come mirror in the audit that these were what we paid. This this company, that company, or for this service or for that service. It wasn't really reflected in the audit. So it's kind of a personal little black mark against our auditor. Thank you.
Warden, if I could just comment on that. The auditor's role is just to ascertain that what staff have indicated actually happened. So in other words, it's not really the auditor's fault. If
I realize they can only
staff
work with the information.
have distributed funds in a particular way, all he can do is say that this is how it was done, and he would validate that, and any auditor would do the same. I'm not sure I understand the circumstance, but I'm simply saying that the auditor, when they retain, they ensure that we've done, that we follow proper practice, and all of those things, and that's their role. Their role, they might point out something that comes out in the management letter, and so I'm not really sure I understand that.
Well, what I'm saying is, and trying to get straight is, an auditor can only work with the information that the office of the CAO gives him. Thank you.
Councillor Ray.
My question was actually very similar to Councillor Gunn's there. About I had understood that, admittedly, very rudimentary understanding of how audits work. That they were to also make sure things were assigned appropriately, but that may be very coarsely, like capital projects versus operating costs. You explained that to me. The other thing I just noticed here, thanks to Councillor Gunn, is we have $33,000 for our price next year, and our budget indicates $30,325. Just as an FYI.
I believe that.
I agree.
The water utilities do not.
Okay, any other comments with respect? Councillor Connell, do you have a question?
No, Holly had next week.
Ms. Orr, you wanted to clarify something?
Yeah, I believe only.
You want to move that microphone right in front of you there?
We don't have the application today. It was borrowed. We're getting one for after the 16th.
So speak as loudly as you can, Ms.
All
Orr.
right, I will try. So I think only 30,000 pertains to general operating. The remainder would be the water utilities, and we would pay those audit fees from those utilities. Not all of it would come from general operating.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kamal?
I apologize to Warden and Council for being late. I didn't think this was going to be up so early. They're very fast. But with regards to the audit at a 5-year term, the audit is very detailed. We go through so many transactions each year that if we were to change auditors each year, there's a huge learning curve for the auditor to know how we do things, our different types of accounts, our trust reserves, and all of that, our capital projects. It does take a long time for the auditors to get up to speed so that you don't have to repeat it all over and over again every year. That is one concern with doing it on an annual basis. With regards to the auditor not knowing how much a specific vendor might give, their role is to go through and look at, they take GLs, they take accounts payable, we'll pick a vendor, and then we'll follow through to see that the invoices are coded correctly, that they're putting the right GLs, and all of that stuff. I want to assure you that they go over the capital projects very closely. That is one big area that they do focus on. And the big ticket items, they look at our contracts, and they look at to see that they've been signed off by the project manager, like would be Hatch, that Steve has signed off. invoice over 25,000 also was signed off by the CAO, so they checked for that. Like, whose signature is this? And so they look at all of that, especially the capital items and the big ticket items, very, very carefully to ensure that we are doing things properly. So they may not know, you know, that John Smith's company, all their invoices are here, but they look to see that what invoices that they selected, that they go where they should.
Thank you. Any other questions on the appointment of the auditor? Seeing none, the motion has been moved and seconded and read out. It's in front of you on page 14. Ms. Kamal?
I apologize, one more thing. In our proposal, on the very last page, is a termination clause, and it says that in the event the respondent fails...
Can I ask you what page you're reading from
The
there?
very last page of
46.
the audit proposal.
46.
Our proposal.
Yeah, what page is it, Councillor Hudson?
46.
Yeah, 46.
46?
Paragraph number 9.
I just pull that up here.
46.
All right, thank you for pointing that out. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Call for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. All right, next is the recommendation. Oh,
I just thinking back to the other contract that says that the termination can be done after 15 days, but it doesn't say over remuneration, does it? Would we end up still have to repay them for the 5 years?
no, not if the contract's terminated.
Or was terminated?
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if that's clear.
Sure. Next is a report regarding PVSC property deactivation.
You want to hear the recommendation?
Deputy Warden, you want to read that out?
It's recommended to council to approve of a fund of $1,771.39 to the property owner of tax account AAA pound 700744, SAP pound 134032 due to duplicate tax payments on this parcel.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sheridan. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, numbers.
Are these recommendations to council?
Yes, they are. Isn't that the way that read?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's recommended to council, yeah. Next, 5C, recommendation report AM 1.2.8, education and training expenses of council members policy. And this is new. There's a recommendation put on the floor.
That 7-day notice be given to approve AM-1.2.8 education and training expenses of council members policy as circulated.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Redden seconds. I think I'll read, for the purpose of those watching, I think I'll read the background here. It says, recently the Director of Legislative Services sought the direction of the CAO relating to training and education provisions contained in Policy AM 1.8.1 Travel and Expenses Policy. It was apparent that a new policy relating to training and educational reimbursement for counselors would be timely to provide additional clarity. Discussion on the motion on the floor. And there's a new section, policy AM 1.2.8, which is in our package. Councilor Redden?
Number 6, procedures. 1. At the very end of that, it says, in the current fiscal year's budget allocation for councilors' registration and course fees.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up to you. Where are you reading from number 6?
Very bottom of the page, on the first page of the policy.
51.
Page 51, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Says, it's talking about councilors' eligibility for reimbursement for tuitions, course fees. And it's in the current fiscal year's budget allocation for councilor registration and course fees. I was wondering if that's meant to reference a single line in the budget, or if it is meant to be a more general statement as to where fees would be. And then in that same paragraph, after in the third line, it starts including textbooks, and I think there should be a comma after textbooks. Rather small point, but. And then on the following page, page 52, section 5, travel, meals, accommodations, and other miscellaneous related costs for courses, workshops, seminars, and conferences will be reimbursed at 100% in accordance with the county's applicable travel policies. I thought that 100% piece could end up down the road running into conflict with our travel policy, and it may force a second. Future changes to the travel policy may then use to amend this policy, and if we just left it as reimbursed in accordance with the county's applicable travel policies, it would save us having to come back and revisit this policy for a small typographic type of thing. So I would, through you, Warden, invite comment on the my first point there about whether it's an individual or a general thing, and other than that, I think those are.
So your first comment under 6.1 was whether the money allocated was in the current fiscal year?
No, whether it's to a particular line item on the budget. I think we have it as, anyways, there's a single line that references council registration and course fees.
Yes.
The way this currently reads, I think it could be interpreted as a single line or more broadly. And I was just looking for some clarification on that.
Warden, if you wish, as I explained to Council before, the budget is our estimates and assumptions for basically how we're going to run the municipality. We do have allocation for a budget for council. If it so happens that a particular council wants to go for a $25,000 course, and there are such, it may mean that we seek special permission from council, or that, because if it's important and council wants to support that kind of education, then the option is there for us to find a place where we can allot that cost to. Generally, you want to budget something for council's training and education, and if we've exhausted that source, we'll come back to council and find another way to do it. So it's to answer your question, it's general. It's not line specific.
Thank you. That's good.
And then for the one there on clause 5, are you suggesting, Council, that we just strike out in accordance with the county's applicable travel policies? I was not sure if that's what I understood.
I thought he was suggesting we strike out the words at 100%.
Oh, I see. Reimbursed in accordance with.
Do you want to make an amendment to the motion?
Yes, I would amend that the motion to state or as stated.
Let me just see if I can pull up the
That we
motion.
amended with the noted minor adjustments, a comma in 6.1, and to strike at 100% from 6.5.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councilor Longmire seconds it. Discussion, and for the purposes of discussion, the gist of, I don't have the wording exactly, but the gist of the amendment is to remove the words at 100% from section 6 sub 5 of the draft policy. Discussion on the amendment? Councilor LeBlanc?
I was just wondering, Mr. Warden, if it has any bearings at all to have it, what is in our travel policy as far as it is now? Is it 100% now? And are there, in accordance with the county's applicable travel policy?
Ms. Campbell, can you respond to that?
It does not refer to 100% in our current policy, and there isn't farther on, probably the next or the second next. The travel policy is there, and I'm recommending an amendment to strike out the portion that had about 2 events per year because it's being replaced by this policy. There's nothing about reimbursed at 100%, but there's nothing stating that it wouldn't be at 100% either.
Okay.
Just
Further discussion, Councilor Hudson?
yeah, I have a copy of our budget presentation here. If you look under the council, the budget of the council, you see $9,000 in there for registration, course fees, and plus there's other expenses that are allowed for kilometers, meals, hotels, and so on and so forth. If you add all those up, you're more likely approaching a total of like $50,000 for all those type of expenses that council would charge. Oh, I don't agree, I guess, in removing 100%. It's my bottom line.
Because you're saying that section 5 refers to things other than travel. Is that what you're saying?
Leave it as it is, yes. So I think there's lots in the budget there. For all of that.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the amendment to remove the words at 100% from section 5 of the draft policy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. I get 3 nays, so unless my counting is wrong, I get 8 ayes. So the amendment is passed. 7. Oh, that's right, Councilor Morrison, thank you. I made that same mistake last week, didn't I? So the amendment is passed, and so I will call for further discussion before the vote on the motion as amended. We have the motion to approve the policy as circulated, but with removal of the 100%. So any further discussion, Councillor Cotw?
Well, I like the fact that we do have a budget amount in there, because in previous years, this was never meant to be overstepped by one councillor. Sometimes that happens. Is that you get one councillor that's gung-ho, but if the money is allocated to go to FCM and to NSFM or whatever it's called now, if there's other education that a counselor wants to take, it should come back to council. Because if I want to take all the courses that I can get, then it should be a decision the council is at. And I disagree with what Don has said, to take out any more than 2, because it regulates that each councillor is allowed to do that. Anything beyond that, they got to come back to council and ask for requests. And in my mind, and my vote, I would never vote for one counselor to go continuously to courses, because it's taken away the advantage of maybe the other counselors having the opportunity, because we only so much funds. And a counselor is only here for 4 years. So it should be even though that each counselor has the opportunity to take it. Not, and this regulates that. Regulates. But the fact is that there's only so much money, there's only so much allotment. Any big ticket items that got to come back to council to be ratified by council and funded. So to me, that's what the policy is for, is to regulate.
So you're agreeing with the way it's drafted? Further discussion on the motion as amended. Councilor LeBlanc?
And I agree with Councillor Connell, because that was my thought, because if one singular person goes, and if the interest is there, sometimes it's a 4-year term. So if I take and pay my own course, then it shows the rest of council that, and coming back to council that you're interested in to pursue it and improve yourself. I'm all into improving yourself, so don't get me wrong there. But sometimes if you put your own money into it, it certainly gives you a motive.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Well, maybe I'm the one that some councilors thought about. I'm on my 7th course. No, I'm on my 7th course since I've come to council. And it's because when I came here, I didn't understand the business accounts. I really didn't. I thought I was going to be able to come in here and be voted in, and oh my God, we're going to have water in Bear River, and we're going to flow down this, and we're going to do that. Well, I was rudely, awakened. So I had to take my first course, which was just in general municipal governance, to tell me how it all went. To do that, I was told first by, you can take it, just get Carolyn to pay for it for you. There was really, every course after that, I had to go to the CAO and say, can I have, is there some money there for me to take this next course? I have an interest in this now. And that's basically how it went along until this last one. Now, in retrospect, I agree with this policy wholeheartedly. It's in the budget for council training now. We have some money in the budget. It wasn't there before, not training. There was money there to go to UNSM or someplace like that, but really no money for training. It's good it's in there now. It's clarified where the funds are going to come from. And listen, as I said before, I recommend that every councillor here at least take the local governance course or read the book, Grassroots Democracy. It'll tell you a lot. So I'm quite happy about the whole thing, and I don't see a lot of changes in it. And from taking 7 courses, I can tell you right now through Dalhousie, there is no meals or accommodation or travel. You're home, you're in front of your computer, sit down, prepared to do a lot of reading and a lot of analyzing. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for sponsoring me in these courses. Although I'll never use them once, I'm out of this racket.
Further discussion on the motion as amended. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next is the recommendation regarding travel and expenses policy amendment.
Would you like the recommendation?
Sure, go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Okay. The subject is AM-1.8.1 travel and expense of council policy. The recommendation is that council, that 7-day notice be given to amend AM-1.8.1 travel and expenses policy by deleting subsection 4.1 and renumbering subsequent sections accordingly.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Redden? Now, for the purpose of those watching, Section 4.1 of the travel and expenses policy deals with the same issue that we just discussed in the previous motion about policies relating to travel for the councillors. So having provided a new policy in that regard that covers in part the travel expenses, the thought was to avoid confusion, we'd remove it from this other policy. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Discussion on the motion before Councillor Cotw.
Well, Jane, I'll be voting against the motion because I do believe by putting in that you can attend 2 events per year, equalizes it out that every councillor has that opportunity versus, and I'm not picking on any councillor, I didn't even think of any other councillor taking anything. All I'm saying is that this, by taking that out, you've got a really rambunctious councillor that wants to take every course which states that he can get in. It takes away the opportunity. All of a sudden the money's all spent and then someone comes up through the year and says, oh, I'd like to take that course because these courses come up and they're offered and they're not offered at times. That all of a sudden the money's spent, so a councillor that hasn't taken any courses all of a sudden is out of luck because of the money. I think it just regulates the fact is that you're here for 4 years. You can attend 8 events. And I think that's excluding FCM and UNS. We have policies on who goes to FCM. And we all usually attend UNSA. So I mean, that's where the guidelines, I like the two things in there per year, because it does regulate the fact is that there's 11 of us around the table, and who's going to pick and choose? What if 4 new councillors? What if 5 of the new councillors out of the 6 that came here wanted to all get educated the first year and want to suck up all the courses and have no money for anyone else?
Mr. Cotw, could you or some member of staff respond to Councillor Connell's concern under our new policy?
Yeah, so Warden through you to Council, again, the budget is estimates and assumptions, and if it happens that 10 councillors want to go, and it's a worthwhile event for your training and education, I'd come back, or the CEO would be sitting here and come back, and 2 council will make a case for it. I think at the end of it, these things, and that'll happen no differently with other budget items that we've already approved. If staff, it could be for a particular service. If staff for some reason find that we've got less money than we have budgeted, we come to council and seek permission to overspend or to spend the monies, and council could say no, or you might approve it. But I understand the question that the council is asking. It's the only way to budget. We want to be frugal, but at the end of the day, if there is something worthwhile and there's more than what's put in the budget, then certainly that's council's prerogative to increase the amount or decrease the amount.
Councillor?
You did answer it, but my concern is that one without having 2 events in there, one councillor can dominate our whole budget before any other councillor has the opportunity, knowing that staff would come back and say, all of a sudden, X councillor wants to go to this and there's no money left.
I'm not the CAO, and I'm not have nothing to do with really running the administration of the county, but I would think that if one councillor started doing what you suggest and going on a bunch of courses and using up the budget of the CAO before he would see this happening and have a little chat with the councillor and have a suggestion that he might hold off a bit. I think there's a little give and take.
And fully understandable, but the 2-year thing in there
Yeah.
stops that, right? It's not saying that if I had taken 2 events, 2 courses, and a third one come up, that I couldn't come back and ask staff to put it on the agenda for me to ask council if I can go.
I see Ms. Campbell wishes to join the conversation.
I hadn't seen the perspective, but I do understand it now that it's being discussed. I had thought in my mind that this whole section conflicted with the new policy, but now that I'm looking at it in the light that's being discussed, it could be just the first sentence that's deleted and you could leave the second sentence.
Sorry, the first sentence?
You could delete just the first sentence, which is an obvious conflict, I believe, with the policy you just dealt with, but you could leave the second sentence, which reads, councillors may participate in 2 events per year. I don't think there's a conflict between the new policy and leaving that second sentence, so that would be a third option. It's not as cut and dry as what I had originally.
I see what you're saying.
I agree with that.
Councillor Hudson had your hand up for a while.
Yes. Maybe perhaps I'm reading that section 4.1 incorrectly, but reading that, I do not see that says anything about education courses. It says for attendance at meetings, conferences, and municipally related activities. There's no mention in there about education courses. So I just want to note that. So I would be voting against that because education courses is not mentioned in that section.
Deputy Warden?
So am I getting this right, that if we go to 2 events a year, say UNSM or the regular one in November in Halifax, and FCM comes to the Maritime, because then anybody can go if it's in the Maritimes, especially if it's in Nova Scotia, council's expected. So if I go to those 2 events saying they were here that year, that precludes any chance that I had of taking a course that year. That's what I'm trying to figure out, or I'm trying to get in my head.
No, that's not.
Well, the restriction about 2 events a year we're taking out in the current motion. So it would, as I understand it, the previous policy we just passed restricts those kinds of things to our budget line. If I got it right. Councillor Prout?
If I may, the way I read it, FCM and UNSM are separate from that. Councillors may participate in 2 events per year from April 1st to March 31st, apart from CM, by policy and USFM. So I don't think that would affect.
That wouldn't affect anything.
Yeah, good point. I'll just come back to you, Councillor Redden.
Yeah, so the policy we just passed, the training expenses for council members, 6.1 says up to an amount equal, that's sort of page 51. Up to
Sorry, I just want to follow along with you. Your 6.1 of the previous.
Motion, yeah, or previous policy, yeah.
Page 51.
Page 51.
Page 52. 6.1? Page 51, yeah.
So it says up to an amount equal to their prorated share of the money allocated in the current fiscal year's budget. So it sort of divvies up the money equally among councillors for courses and conference fees. So they do somewhat tie together, and that does prevent the sort of blowing out of prevent one councillor from blowing the budget, so to speak. But I don't see a conflict there, as Mr. Hudson pointed out, as Councillor Hudson pointed out, with the policy we're currently looking at. But there is connection, like I think Councillor Gunn pointed out, that if you go to 3 conferences, you might blow through your portion of the budget and then not be able to take any courses.
I'm not sure I understand the challenge we're having. So there is a budgeted amount. This particular clause says each council shall be eligible for reimbursement of tuition, course fees, conference fees, registration fees, and the costs for printed course materials, etc., etc. Allocated in the current fiscal year budget allocation for registration of course fees. So if the amount of the budget is exceeded, that's something that we can address with council. But if you look at clause 3, it says no councillor shall exceed the budgeted amount unless expressly authorized by the motion of council. So it's kind of tying in both issues. And so I think we're fine. I'm not really sure.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just laying the facts out there to be interpreted, not putting my interpretation on top of it.
Yeah.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Pardon me?
I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor. With respect to the deleting subsection 4.1. You want to make an amendment to the motion?
I'd like to make an amendment that we leave a portion of 1.4 or 4.1. Councilors may participate in 2 events per year, April 1st to March 31st, apart from FCM, which is by policy, and USM, which is different.
I'll second that.
Actually, that's correct.
Seconded by
But
Councilor.
I'd like to exclude 1.
Pardon me?
But I'd like to exclude 1.
Go ahead.
Previous years, it's not what you call education, it's everything. Before, we'd have certain counselors that would want to go to every conference that was available. So they went to recreational conferences, they went to anywhere they could put their name in to go to a conference. And it sucked out of that money prior to other events happening that council wanted. It eliminated them going beyond 2 unless they come back to council. And then council had the decision, was it valuable? Was it valuable for a councilor to go to a recreation conference when really it didn't give us any educational value for what we can spend? And that put a limit to what they could go to. It's not only just taking courses, it's taking anything you call education. Oh, I want to go to a conference in BC because it's to do with economic development. Putting 2 in there stops from overcrowding that budget.
Very good.
I understand what you're saying. Would that not be caught in the motion we just passed, where each councillor is restricted to his or her pro rata share of the budgeted amount? And so that if they wanted to go over their pro rata share, that they'd have to come back to council for approval of going to more than their pro rata share. And if it was a good training program, council could approve it to be paid out of surplus or whatever. Do we not have a similar safeguard there?
I understand the prorated share. I mean, I do understand that part of that previous motion.
And I was looking again at the wording of 6.1 that we just passed, and it seems to be pretty broad. You raised the point, Councillor Connell, of other conferences that may not be necessarily educational, but it talks about councillor registration and course fees. So to me, that covers anything that the county is going to pay on behalf of the councillor. Registration and course fees, because you're going to. Why else is the councillor? I mean, if some councillor wants to go on his own dime, I guess we're not going to stop him. But it looks like he's restricted to his pro rata share in the current fiscal year's budget allocation for councillor registration and course fees. So, would that not be a sufficient restriction rather than saying it's limited to 2? I mean, I appreciate it's coming at it a different way.
I just see it cleaner in the travel policy that it says you can ask to go to one thing.
Okay, that amendment's on the floor. Further discussion on the amendment?
Would the mover and seconder of the amendment, Councillor Connell and Councillor LeBlanc, agree to adding a line saying changing UNSM to NSFM?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Hudson.
My only thing would be basically an addition to the...
Sorry, can you speak up?
Yes, maybe just an addition to the amendment, and that would be subject to approved budgets and prior approval of municipal council.
So you're moving an amendment to the amendment?
Huh?
You're suggesting an amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
And what is it again?
Subject to approved budgets and the prior approval of municipal council.
Is there a seconder for that amendment to the amendment?
Subject to approved budgets and...
Is there a seconder to the amendment to the amendment?
Just trying to read through it.
Can I hear it again?
Yes, it's subject to the approved budget and...
Prior approval of municipal council.
I don't see a seconder to the amendment to the amendment. I've called for it now 3 times, so I think your amendment to the amendment fails, or at least it isn't put on the floor, I should say. So we have an amendment. We're dealing now still with just the amendment that Councillor Connell has suggested, which deals with the limit of 2 courses per year. Councillor Bartow.
Because of being interlinked between 2 different policies, adjust that to reference AM 1.2.8 so that somebody doesn't have to dig for it. It's a cross-reference to that other policy which covers under the 6.1 procedures.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
We'll just talk about cleaning things up so that you don't have to try to say, oh, I didn't look at this other policy as far as education training events. This is as far as travel. Could we cross-reference that AM 1.2.8 6.1 procedures, which outlines what each councillor talk back and forth about referencing that it's prorated amount. Would that not cover some of that controversy?
I have to apologize. I couldn't quite follow exactly, but we're talking about the amendment of essentially leaving that last sentence in under 4.1 in the policy, and just taking out the first sentence is the amendment that Councillor Connell has suggested. Perhaps I think you were speaking to the main motion more than the amendment.
Maybe, but if that was to, okay, main motion is to delete 4.1 entirely.
Yeah.
The amendment is to leave the last sentence.
Correct.
I guess I was thinking about how that might interchange between the other policy, which already states what the council is eligible for on these reimbursements. Now, this is for tuition course fees and conference fees and whatever. So maybe it doesn't apply.
I
I'm just hearing back and forth between councilors. It keeps referencing back to the other policy, but maybe it doesn't.
I think I see what you're saying, that even if we leave in that you can go to 2, it might conflict with the policy we just passed, where you're restricted to your pro rata share. Is that?
Change one thing and create another one.
Yeah. So you would leave it, you would remove, what you're suggesting is you would remove the whole 4.1, is that it? You wouldn't leave that second sentence? Just so I understand you.
Yeah, because it's interrelated to the other policy. If we referenced it, said in relation to, maybe it should say the 2 events in relation to the education and training policy. Because it already says that in that sentence that the FCM and the NSFM are okay. So we're only talking about anything in addition to that.
Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Redden?
I would like to move an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
To add at the end, subject to approved budget and policy 1.2.8, education and training expenses of council members policy.
Is there a seconder to the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Longmire seconds it.
Could you?
Aren't we going full circle to coming back to the motion, the policy we just passed by doing that?
Yes.
So why don't we just get rid of 4.1?
I would like to get rid of 4.1. However, there is an amendment to keep the second sentence. If we were going to keep the second sentence, I would prefer that sentence be written this way.
Well, you can vote against the amendment.
I'm going to vote against the amendment. However, I would like to amend the amendment to say this, so if the council decides to pass the amendment, it is slightly more functional, in my opinion.
So you're saying that we're going to leave the second sentence in, it should be subject to the policy we just passed?
And budget.
And budget, which is referred to in that policy?
Yes.
Yeah. Any comments on the amendment to the amendment that's on the floor? Councillor Sheridan.
Could we just hear it? The whole.
Sorry?
Could we hear the whole motion amended? Just
The whole amended
the
motion.
whole amended motion.
You want to just know the most recent amendment to the amendment?
No, we'd like to hear the whole amended motion.
I can give you the progression, but I can't give you the final wording. So you are talking about AM 1.1.8 travel and expenses policy. The motion put before you, Deputy Warden Dunn, moved, seconded by Councillor Redden. 7-day notice be given to amend AM 1.8.1 travel and expenses policy by deleting subsection 4.1 and renumbering subsequent sections accordingly. Councillor Connell moved, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, to amend the motion by keeping the last line of section 4.1. Councillors may participate in 2 events per year, April 1 to March 31, apart from FCM, which is by policy, and NSFM, which is different when local. Councillor Redden moved, seconded by Councillor Longmire, to amend the amendment to add at the end, subject to approved budget and policy 1.2.8 education and training expenses of council members. Policy. So in essence, your motion would be to delete section 4.1 except for the last line and add subject to approved budget and AM 1.2.8 education and training expenses of council members policy.
Very good.
Bravo, Carolyn.
So right now, there is an amendment to the amendment on the floor.
Right.
And that's to add at the end, subject to approved budget and policy AM 1.2.8.
Ms. Campbell, you want to say something?
I don't want to come across as being dogmatic, but there is a danger in reading sections in isolation from one another. You really have to read the entire policy and consider all of it, not just one section in isolation. So, for example, in the application paragraph of this policy, 1.8.1, it states, this policy applies for all travel and expenses except as provided under other municipal policies. When you start naming specific policies in specific sections of policies, down the road it becomes very complicated to make amendments and keep things straight.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the motion, which is to make the amendment subject to the provisions of the policy we just passed, essentially? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. 1, 2. Opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. So we're back to the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment to essentially only strike out the first sentence of 4.1 of the policy and not the second one. Further discussion on the amendment to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. I think I'll do a hands count. All those in favor of the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? Hands up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I miscounted. Councilor LeBlanc,
I'm in the yay.
you're a...
I'm the 6th. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry.
Let's do it again.
How did you vote?
Yay. For
Yay.
keeping
You were yay?
the
I
last
might have
sentence.
missed you then.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to do that again. All those in favor of the amendment, hands up. 1, 2, 3,
Which is to
4,
keep the
5,
last
6.
sentence.
I think I missed you, Councilor LeBlanc, is what happened.
Okay.
So it's 6 to 4. The amendment passes.
I'm confused exactly
Yeah.
what we're voting on now. It's
Yeah.
going back to, like, there was an amendment and an amendment to the amendment. Which one's?
So we just passed an amendment to the motion on the floor, which is that we're going to essentially, what we're doing, instead of taking out 4.1, all of that 4.1 of AM of the travel and expenses policy, we're only taking out the first sentence. And we're leaving in the second sentence. That's where we are in the motion as amended.
Yes.
Okay? Further discussion on the motion as amended. Okay?
We're done, right?
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. All right. So that was number D. We're now to 5E, recommendation report employee training and development policy.
Repeal AM.
Can you just hold on one sec? I just want to
We're on page
find it here.
62. Mr.
Follow
Warden.
along with you. So
62.
this is
62? No?
it's on 62 of 145. Go ahead, Deputy Warden.
Yes, approve AM-2.5.2 employee training development policy and repeal AM-2.5.2 educational leave and assistance policy. The recommendation, that 7-day notice be given to approve AM-2.5.2 employee training and development policy as circulated, and repeal AM-2.5.2 educational leave and assistance policy.
Is there a second to that motion? Councilor Redden seconds. Discussion? Councilor Redden.
So, I have a couple of points here, and the first thing I'd like to say is I would like to defeat this policy, but to send it back for a few polishing by staff, and bring a second motion eventually to send it back and give it some polishing by staff based on our comments. I don't really know how to procedurally quite do that, so I'm just sort of saying it. I've struggled with a couple of my comments here to come up with a good way to amend the policy, and I haven't come up with anything. So I'm just going to give my thoughts. So page 66, under procedures, subsection 1, it discusses where time off from workplace is required for courses and whatnot. And
so why don't we, for the benefit of those watching, why don't you read that?
Employees must receive prior approval in writing from their manager/director to participate in training and development courses where funding by the municipality and/or where time off from the workplace is required. My thoughts around there is, and throughout the rest of the policy, is that we don't explicitly state that required courses for our employees should be paid. If we're requiring a course for an employee, they should be paid for their time to take that course. My understanding is procedurally that is currently done in the county. I would like to enshrine it in policy. If we come down to 7 subsection 6 on the same page, it is also recognized that a lengthy work record demonstrating superior performance and good decisions should be considered equivalent to a degree or professional designation. Many professional designations are provincially mandated, and we don't really have an authority, I wouldn't think, to recognize work experience as being equivalent. So I don't know what to... I don't have enough background to really make any sort of recommendation on that. I just think it should be maybe reviewed a little more thoroughly. If we come to page 67, I'll just speak generally. It's not anywhere in particular. In several areas, we talk about supporting bachelor's degrees and master's degrees. And we talk about, in general, in the policy, achieving pass marks in courses. And I think that is, for the most part, very well phrased. However, when it comes to bachelor's degrees and master's degrees, very often a pass mark is not the minimum standard. When I was studying geology, I needed a C in my geology courses in order to get my degree. However, a D in my non-geology courses was sufficient. And I think our phrasing should reflect that somewhere in our policy, which that one in particular I've struggled at where to put it or how to phrase it, and I just haven't gotten there yet to, as I said, put a particular amendment to the motion forward. That is most of my thoughts.
Can you point out one of the portions of the policy that talks about passing grade?
Where is that? I think it is
12 is passing grade.
Yeah, so page 67, 710 mentions it, and 12 also mentions it.
Yep.
I don't see it in 10.
12. Well, 10 is Sebastian.
You say it's in 10?
It's 12.
Employees' progress. I guess it's part of.
I'm looking for a pass grade.
Yeah.
12. Attain a passing grade in a course.
Yeah. 12, an employee who fails to complete or attain a passing grade in a course.
Yeah, that's
that has
12,
been previously
right?
funded with this value. That's 12, yes.
Okay.
So you're right, it's not in 10. It alludes to it in 10, but doesn't explicitly say it.
Okay, anything else?
17 also says, upon proof of successful completion of the course, if applicable.
Yeah, a successful completion of the course might be different from a passing grade, is what you're saying.
Yes, or getting an adequate mark in the course. You may complete the course, pass the course, and obtain a satisfactory grade. Maybe all 3 different bars, which to get.
Councillor Redden said at this point these were general comments of his, and we'll see how they go. Further discussion on the motion on the floor?
I got a comment.
Sure.
Thank you. On the procedures, number 6, I think I recognize what that's also recognized as a lengthy work record demonstrating superior performance and good decisions should be considered equivalent to a degree or professional designation. You know, I've known a lot of people in my life that haven't really had training in some fields, but through practice have become some of the most proficient people I know in that field. And I think that's what that refers to is, you know, I'm just going to be very hypothetical here. Here's Tom up here, and he's worked for us for 30 years, you know, hasn't got a grade 6 education, but by God, he knows the water business better than anybody, right? And, you know, yes, we probably should be paying him as much as somebody that may have certification for it, because he's that good at it. We have situations of that like that in our work, and I think that's what that line refers to. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Thank you.
I don't see any other comments with respect to the motion on the floor. Councilor Redden, did you want to move some amendments, or should I don't see any other discussion?
As I said, I have looked at this, and I don't have specific wording I think is adequate to put forward at this moment.
Well, if it passes, and you're always at liberty to bring it up at a future council meeting if you've had more time to reflect, and we can make amendments to the policy. So I'll take it that you're not opposing the current wording, and you can bring it back for something that you have some wording to amendments to the policy. Is that where you are?
Ask a question of staff.
Would you like to ask a question of staff?
Yeah,
Sure. Go ahead.
My understanding was, in part, this policy came forward because, in part because of our council policy came forward at the same time. Would not passing it cause a significant hardship to staff right now?
Mr. Cotw.
Answer is no. You know, but I'll tell it to our director of HR, Steve. She can answer that specifically, but my answer is no.
Go ahead.
My answer would be similarly no, but I think it's better than the old ones. I think when you get a new pair of shoes, sometimes you have to walk a ways in them to see where they chafe. And so when I present new policies that are quite radically different from the old ones, I realize that there will be wrinkles that have to be worked out in them. I do think that this is significantly better than the old one that we've had for quite a period of time. I would also say that council doesn't get involved in the day-to-day operations, and this is a general guideline. And policies such as this usually are augmented by standard operating procedures of the CAO. So providing some latitude in policies when they're about operational matters is sometimes a good thing.
So, Warden, if I may just say to council, I know that our Director of Human Resources took some considerable time looking at other progressive education policies and employee and training development policies. And so what you're seeing here is sort of a thoughtful culmination of some policies from other municipalities. And really, you could take the old one and just have to slice and dice it and just repeal the whole thing, come with a new policy. And certainly this was our attempt to bring a policy that looks like it would accommodate most of our employee training needs.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Levant?
What I was wondering is, while looking through all the other policies from the other municipalities, did you find at any time in their policies where it said that if X amount of dollars for your degree or your master's is provided, you would have to stay in your position with the county for X amount of years? Just wondering, because I see training and as a good thing. However, I also see training and trying to retain the people you've trained as what we would want, rather than just train them and not have, and pay for it and not have.
And they leave, you're saying, and if they leave.
Yeah. Then you're
Ms.
saying
Campbell?
somebody else.
Almost all progressive education policies I reviewed did contain that, and that was what was intended in section 19 about return of
That's what-
service agreement.
19, that's what it was intended? Oh. Well,
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. I'd like to call for the vote. Unless there's further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. It's 25 after 10. I'm going to have a break in about maybe another 10 or 15 minutes. But I do want to point out that we've had some long council meetings. These are good discussions, but at the same time, we're going to finish today at 4:30, and if you want to come back tomorrow, we can do that. But we do need to be finding that nice fine line of having full discussion, but still moving forward with the agenda. I'm going to do my best to see if I can make that happen. So let's keep going. The next is the recommendation report from Bridgetown Fire Department request withdrawal from Fire Services Capital Fund. And that is, I'm going to find it here if I can.
74.
Sorry, what page?
74.
74. Hold on. Yes, page 74 of 145. Deputy Warden would like to read the recommendation from staff.
Bridgetown Fire Department request for withdrawal from capital fund. Recommendation, the municipal council authorized the withdrawal of $70,000 from the fire services capital reserve to the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department in the 2021-22 fiscal year to assist in paying out of the loan for the 2017 tanker.
And that's that the Committee of the Whole recommends, right? Yes. Seconder for the motion, Councillor Hudson.
Whoa, wait a second, sorry. This isn't the committee of the vote. It wasn't written there, sorry. This is just a recommendation.
It's a recommendation, yeah. I just wanted to clarify, the drafting from staff didn't specifically say that. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Just for those watching, there's money in our reserve to pay the amount requested, and the suggestion from staff is to do so. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next,
Page 78.
this is a recommendation with respect to an amendment to a development agreement regarding the Doban family. Let me just find it here. That would be on 78 of 145. It's a long recommendation. Deputy Warden, would you like to read that out?
The Diabin Development Agreement Amendment Application ACPS file number 66520-40-2021-DA-001. Recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council to consider the Diabin application to amend the May 13, 2014 Development Agreement to permit the redevelopment and expansion of the existing retail store building located at 607 Granville Street, PID number 05292297, in accordance with the Bridgetown Municipal Planning Strategy, MPS, Policy 7.10, and Section 8 of the May 13, 2014 Development Agreement, DA, and to adopt a public participation process involving appropriate public notifications via newspaper ads and the referral of the application to the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, BAAC, and the Annapolis County Planning Advisory Committee, PAC, for the review and recommendation after holding of public meetings in the community.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Connell? Discussion? Councillor Sheridan?
So have we determined how we're going to be able to hold public meetings?
Mr. Catino?
Have we determined how we're going to hold
public meetings?
Ward 3 to Council, we talked about it, and yes, we said we would use substantively, depending on the size of the group, we could use the Annapolis Basin Conference Center as one location, and we talked about using, for example, this particular location here. If we could keep the staff at a minimum, because most of these public hearings would involve, say, the director of planning or a planner or somebody like that. So they would be on one side, and then we could lay out the chairs in here, depending on how many people are going to be involved, to maximize the distancing and all of that. So the answer is yes, and then we'll have to just lay it out once we determine which facility we're picking and where. It might be a church hall in a community that can accommodate maybe 5-10 people. But then, if that's the only space we've got, and that's the limitation. So we'll work with the community on their needs, and particularly as we start to unfold what's going to come down the line with the municipal planning, zoning, and all of that. All of those discussions.
Thank you.
There is a...
Yeah, just wondering if there are other comments from council. Yes, Mr. Dunphy?
Two issues with it. Number one is what we'll probably have to do with the public participation, especially at the Planning Advisory Committee, is in the newspaper ad request that people pre-register to attend with Carolyn. So that is a significant change that we'll probably adopt as well. Just in relation to the application, in the municipal plan, there is a section that deals with the quality of the information supplied. And simply, I'm just asking, as part of this, would council be happy with what the applicant submitted? Is it detailed enough? Thank you.
I think you may have responded to the one question I had, which is we see that this process, particularly in Bridgetown, has to go through the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee and then the Planning Advisory Committee before it comes back to council, which is a lot of hearings. And here we have it in front of us to approve, to go through the process. And why is it that council has to approve? This person comes in and wants to make an amendment to the development agreement, and it has to go through these other hearings. Well, why do we have to approve that it goes through these other hearings? Why can't somebody just file it and start the process? And I guess the answer to my question is what you just said, whether there's sufficient information before council to let the process start. Is that the only reason it comes before us?
There's probably two good reasons also on top of that. Second one being that Planning Advisory Committee is required by the Municipal Government Act, and Area Advisory is an optional, which council has established. Therefore, we must have an Area Advisory Committee. But the Municipal Government Act requires that any amendment to a development agreement must go through the Planning Advisory as well as council. And Planning Advisory is there to give a recommendation to council. The second reasoning behind it, if you'll notice in the last part of the staff report, a decision of council to enter or not enter into the development is appealable to the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board. And one of the things that will require is that did you go through the full process. So the process is dictated by the province through the Municipal Government Act. Thank you, Warden.
Any further comments? Call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. All right. Next, let's see. Try to get through one more before we have a little break. Recommendation report, capital utility funding for pumps. Can somebody help me out what page we're on now?
84, Warden.
84, there it is. Yes. Deputy Warden?
Is there capital funding request, county water and sewer utilities? Recommendation is the committee of the whole recommend to council the approval of $34,000 for the purchase of the 3 replacement lift station pumps from the county sewer reserve.
Seconder? Councillor Sheridan? And for those watching, the background is that the pumps have already failed and they've been replaced, and we're just confirming the final replacement for them and taking it out of the budget. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's carried. Oh, that was easy. I think we'll take a 5-minute break now, 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll come back with respect to the picnic park. The whole. The next item on the agenda is the recommendation report seasonal operation of picnic park. Now, just a minute, Deputy Warden. I just want to make a statement before we begin. As you know, Councillor Morrison isn't able to make it today, and I'm looking at the email that he sent to me this morning. But he did say, at the end of asking to be excused from the meeting, if deemed absolutely, I might be able to be there this afternoon to discuss Upper Clements Picnic Park. So he said he starts off, due to my medical condition, I'm not able to attend Committee of the Whole today. My guess is that Councillor Morrison would be in favor of the picnic park. It's in his district, so I know that he wants to be here for this. I'm going to try and get a sense of the discussion. If it seems clear that it's likely that the motion will be approved, we'll proceed. If it looks as though it might be a close vote, I think I'll put it off till later in the afternoon, and we'll give him a call and see if he's able to make it in light of this message I have from him, if that's okay with Council. Councillor Cotw?
I'll be voting against it
Okay.
because we spent 3 days here. I spent a week going over this budget. And we passed a budget of $5,000 this year to run that park. I think that we haven't met with any of the concerned citizens in that area that was spoke of and said that they were, I think they were willing to form a group to help with that park. So I won't be voting for this motion to spend $8,780. I'll be voting that or our motion, I was planning on putting the motion on the floor to go to what we put in the budget to run that park this year for $5,000.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Maybe then what I'll do is, with the approval of council, we'll move that to the beginning after lunch. Move this issue to the beginning after lunch, and I'll get somebody to make a call to Councilor Morrison. Remember, this is only a recommendation to council, and so that council can change it when it does come to council, and Councilor Morrison will be here. But so in light of that, and thank you for that, Councilor Cotw, for telling us that now. Councilor Redden, you want to say something?
I think the process is a motion to table until the end of new business.
I'm not sure about that. I think we can just amend the order of the order of business on the agenda, and I think I'd rather deal with it that way. I'll ask for a motion to move this to the first matter after the lunch break. Councillor Longmire moves it. Deputy Warden seconds. Any discussion about moving this item to the first matter after lunch? Seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. I wonder, the next item is Michelle, so I'm trying to look around to give Councillor Morrison as much notice as possible. If somebody perhaps could you call Councillor Morrison and tell him that we'll move this to the first issue after lunch, and that, as I understand it, Councillor Cotw will be asking that it be only the budgeted amount of $5,000 out of the aid in the motion. I would expect that sometime around, well, it will be no earlier than 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is the report regarding Shell request to return her application fee. Let me just pull that up and get my page.
89?
Page 89 of 145. Deputy Warden.
Yes, a Shell LUB amendment application advertising deposit and energy engineering fee refund. Recommendation is that municipal council refund $960 to carry Shell, with the money being paid out of the Safe Start Fund and the municipal logo. And that municipal county logo. Forgo. Sorry, God. And that municipal council forego the 50.83 advertising fee over expenditure.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hudson. Discussion. We do have a good detailed report here, for which I thank the staff. So essentially, for those that are watching, Michelle applied for an amendment to the, I guess it would have been the zoning bylaw, and because of the fact that of COVID, we haven't been able to have public hearings, and think she applied over a year ago, if I remember correctly. And did go through some of the process, but we couldn't have the required public meeting, and so she's now decided not to proceed because of the delay caused by COVID. And the motion from staff is to refund the $960. Councilor Bartow?
Just one question. Do we have a payment receipt for the $460 engineering fee?
Sorry?
Proof of payment of the $460 engineering fee? Do we have a copy of that?
Proof of payment, you say?
Part of the $960 is a $460 engineering fee. The $500 was deposited to the county, so it's that's on record. Do we have a receipt, paid receipt on file for the $460?
Mr. Dunphy?
Simple question, simple answer. I have never received one, but I would suggest that if council is going to consider the application, that they make an amendment to add that on, that they'll require a receipt for that payment.
It was a requirement of the application that you have the report, was it not?
That is correct. It was a requirement for municipal operations that they have an engineering report for them, for municipal operations to review the application appropriately.
And we did have the report.
Yes, sir.
So the only question is whether in fact it cost the...
Go on. I'd make an amendment to the motion.
Sorry?
I would make an amendment to the motion to request that payment receipt.
So your amendment is dependent upon proof of payment for the engineering report?
Yes.
Seconder, Councilor Longmire. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Further discussion on the main motion as amended. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Bear River water expansion and Hillsborough water supply update. Now, this is only an information report. There's not a recommendation to council here. It's coming from Ms. Young, Ms. Janice Young, and Mr. McGinnis. Perhaps one of them, for the benefit of those watching, could just briefly explain the information report in front of us. I'll ask you to speak up.
This project was brought to county back in 2017. Both Dignity County and Acton County met on a water expansion project into Bear River. Neither county had a water supply in that area. In 2018, we started, they did a joint feasibility study on the ability to draw water from a not-for-profit Hillsborough water supply on the Digby side down into the Bear River itself. Because of the county not owning the water supply currently there, we looked at ways how we make that happen. So we looked at an economic development enhancement to the Bear River area by providing a public washroom for what's been known as the Bear River Comfort Station. We've been in application process with ICIP for the last, I'd say, year and a half. We have not been successful to date with the ICIP program. We did have a positive approval for the comfort station with the COA, making them the major funding partner for that particular project. Let's see here. Last year, they changed the application process, so we had to go through the legs of doing a new application, getting new numbers, and we're again going through that process to do that. Back in September of 2019, I believe, or 2020, it was requested on the provincial side of the ICI program for the county to write a letter of stating their priority. The letter was drafted, but a resolution was never formed for that letter to go. I just recently found that out. Speaking with the province again in regards to that, and I'm looking for another letter to possibly move the project forward through the ICIP. But the ICIP program is closed, but they would maybe consider in some fashion. In the meantime, I am looking at other capital funding programs to facilitate this project forward and possibly expanding it a little bit further into Bear
Okay, thank you for that.
Should we put this on the table for discussion?
Yeah, I'll invite discussion now.
Could I move to receive this for information?
Move to receive it for information. Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Sheridan.
Thank you.
So discussion with respect to the information report. Councillor, Deputy Warden.
I would refer to motion 200818.17 Bear River Comfort Station High Priority CAO rate to province. It was moved by Councillor Gunn, seconded by Councillor Fowler, to direct the CAO to send a letter to the province regarding the Bear River Comfort Station, stating that this is a high priority for the County of Annapolis, and when the next ICIP funding becomes available, the motion was carried unanimous. So I take exception to the statement that a draft letter was written, however, with no resolution of council occurred to send the letter. Thank you.
Further discussion? As a new councillor, I'm a little at sea on this. We were doing something down in Bear River. There was a deed, Deputy Warden, help me out. There was a deed for the greenhouses, was it?
Yes,
Can you tell me, does that fit into this at all?
No, sir.
Does it?
The greenhouse was a separate entity that we had there that for sewer treatment at one time, the greenhouse. Because of the waste that was getting let go into the basin years ago, who was it? Canada Food Inspection Agency, I believe, came to the municipalities and said, you've got to clean up your waste going into the basin or we're going to shut the basin down and there'll be no harvesting of fish, shellfish now. So that's when Digby, and Smith's Cove and I guess Annapolis jumped in with the Bear River sewage going to Smith's Cove. So that made the greenhouse redundant. The municipality, of course, was looking to get rid of it. So the community of Bear River, I'm not sure, but it might be the Board of Trade, took it over from the county. We're going to transfer that to them. Meanwhile, we tried to get a water over there because there's no potable water on the Annapolis side of Bear River. There's all kinds on the Digby side. We need to find funding to be able to run a pipe across the river to get it to the downtown core. The Hillsborough Water Society, which operates over the Digby side, has all kinds of water. It's a great aquifer. So what they have is a nonprofit organization that's running it right now, fully aware that once they get over X amount, I think it's 30 hookups, that they will have to create a water utility. Nobody wants to create a water utility for down there, certainly not Digby County, and thus far Annapolis County didn't show the appetite for it either. Or did the citizens in the Hillsborough Water Society paying $20, $25 a month for water want to do it either? Right? They've got good water, it's tested. They've got their own little system going. The idea of the Comfort Center was, if we had the Comfort Center in Bear River, which would be over by the greenhouse, if that Comfort Center was there were several proposals put out, all of them quite logical in my mind. If that was there, then we would be able to make application to run water or line across the river around the downtown core with, let's call them little nipples fastened on the line that other potential customers may hook into once the line is there. The problem being is that we made application through ICIP for not just the water line. It was originally done with water line and the comfort center. Well, you know, a lot of the people in the province took exception to the fact that the comfort center was in there, you know, and they didn't like that. So we had to find other funding. This is what I'm led to believe for the comfort center, which we did. But for some reason, it wasn't given a high priority by our provincial partners. So that's where we ran into the problem. That is where I asked for a letter to be written stating that it was a high priority. Thank you.
So right now, we're still looking for funding for the comfort station is bottom line where we are.
From what I understand, we had funding from a COA for the, no, I can't be saying this because it's, I think we had some funding from somewhere for the comfort center. And then the ICIP funding may well follow along. I don't know where it is. It's been kind of a muddle.
Mr. McGinnis, can you clarify some of that?
COA has agreed, as Dennis said, they're funding the structure, the water, the comfort center. They've agreed to hold that funding for us, and while we seek out other funding partners, whether it's ICIP or another one. My comment would be if council approves the capital plan as it's presented, which includes the Bear River project, that would indicate the priority as it's an approved project, and we get that letter into the federal government and then work with them on funding of those. The other issue was there was a commitment from Digby for a $20,000 contribution, but it ran out March 31. And again, I think the county should approach the county, the district of Digby, and see if they would like to recommit that amount of funding. In addition, I think it's included in the report because those estimates are approaching 2 years old. We've asked for Hatch to give us an update on the construction estimates, just given what we're experiencing with the pricing of the materials and availability. So we'll support the company.
Would you please ask the deputy board meeting that motion to proceed, please?
You'd like to have it afterwards? Or is that what you're saying?
If you could just repeat the motion to be read.
You get the piece of paper?
This evening,
Oh, motion 200818.17.
Thank you.
Any further discussion of the motion on the floor, which is to receive this information report for information? Thank you very much. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you for that. I know this is an issue that's important to the people down Bear River. Next is recommendation report regarding advisory committee policies. And this is on page 94 of 145.
Amend citizen advisory committee policies to allow for greater citizen participation. Revise quorum provisions. Recommendation that 7-day notice be given for municipal council to amend AM-1.3.6.9 Granville Ferry Water Source Protection Advisory Committee policy by deleting section 28E and F and replacing with the following. 1 citizen appointee shall be a person who owns or resides in a property in Granville Ferry or Lakeel, and the property is presently supplied with water from the Granville Ferry water supply. 1 additional citizen appointment shall be a person who owns or resides in a property presently supplied with water from the Granville Ferry water supply. 2 that 7-day notice be given for municipal. Oh, okay.
Sorry?
Separate motion.
These are three separate motions? Okay. Is there a seconder to the first motion? Councillor Bartow seconds it. For those watching, basically these amendments allow people to serve on our committees that relate to a certain geographic area. They don't necessarily have to own property as long as they reside in the area. They will qualify to be on a committee is the point of this recommendation. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Next.
2, that 7-day notice be given for municipal council to amend AM-1.3.6.14 Margaretville Source Water Protection Advisory Committee policy by deleting subsections 28, 4, and 5 and replacing with the following. 1 citizen appointment shall be a person who owns or resides in the property presently supplied with water from the Margaretville Ferry water supply. 2 additional citizen appointees may be appointed meeting the criteria of either section 3 or 4.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Cotw. Again, this is the same similar amendment to the earlier one. It's appointing 2 additional citizen appointees. Councillor Bartow?
Just a typographic, I think that, I don't think it's Margaretville Ferry, it should just be Margaretville.
Margaretville.
So I'd like to amend the word.
And sorry, is it Margaretville or Margaretville?
Nobody knows.
Yes. Is it up one or the other?
Sounds better than something else.
Yeah. So we'll leave it the way it is. I've seen both all the time, and I wonder the same thing. Even the highway signs are different.
Well, it's a highway.
Discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried.
The 3, that 7-day notice be given for municipal council to make the amendments recommended in Appendix A to revise quorum to be the following for all committees having citizen members. A quorum of the committee shall be a majority, more than half of the members appointed by municipal council at the time of the meeting occurred.
Second. Councillor Cotw. Discussion?
I have a question, Marty.
Yes?
This is Appendix A of what?
Sorry?
I need to know, it's Appendix A of what?
Of this document. The next page.
96 of this.
So what?
Appendix A of the recommendations.
It's at page 96, and it goes on for... I have a question. What was the quorum requirement prior to this proposed amendment?
I'm so glad you asked that. I'm just waiting to explain. So previously, we had quorum set as in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. However, quorum is identified in the Municipal Government Act as more than half. I don't think it uses the words more than half of the maximum number of people on the council. And what that does is it presents restrictions when there's a vacancy for a district, for example. But on committees, we often use the words not more than 6 citizen members. And sometimes it's a struggle for the nominating committee to find six citizen members for a committee. So they might start out by appointing 3. But that skews the quorum, because if it's the maximum number of people and you only have 3 selected, you can't ever meet quorum.
And it still meets the requirements of the Municipal Government Act? Where is
There's
that
nothing
right?
in the Municipal Government Act that enforces a quorum provision on committees. It's the discretion of council's policies.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. The next is the recommendation regarding Tom's Cool Bus application.
The vendor on municipal property, application, Tom's Cool Bus. Recommendation for the Committee of the Whole to conditionally approve the permit application from Tom Marshall, Cool Bus Canteen, and authorize the issuance of a vendor on municipal property permit for the 2021-22 fiscal year for the Annapolis River Causeway Park, pending all bylaw requirements are satisfied in accordance with S6 commercial activity on municipal property bylaw, and that all provincial and local restrictions are implemented pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic.
I take it that should be for Committee of the Whole to recommend to Council to conditionally approve? Deputy Warden?
They should.
Right.
May I offer a clearer motion than that? That wording is a bit inverted and convoluted.
Yeah.
If I did craft a clearer motion, I could offer that for.
Please do.
To recommend that municipal council authorize the clerk to issue a vendor on municipal property permit for the 2021 fiscal year to Tom Marshall for the Cool Bus Canteen at the Annapolis River Causeway Park, pending all bylaw requirements are satisfied in accordance with the S6 commercial activity on municipal property bylaw, and that all provincial and local restrictions are implemented pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that updated copies of the required insurance and permits are to be submitted when they are renewed on the expiry date. The insurance policy is due again for renewal on May 28, 2021.
So you've added some words there.
Rather than calling it conditional, I put the condition in the motion.
I see.
Good move. So move.
So the mover, the Deputy Warden is agreeable to that. Did I have a second to that? Yeah. Who was that?
You did not have
I'll second that.
Councillor Prout said he would second what I'll refer to as your, it's not an amended motion, to just the motion.
There.
Okay, Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm looking at page 103, and I'm just wondering if this should be in our documents to go out to the public, being there's an address, a name, specific numbers. Is this?
Why?
Would we want such information in the public's eye? I'm just asking. It's not my information, but
I'm just looking at, anyway, any further discussion on that point? Ms. Campbell?
I would consider it as containing a great deal of personal information that I would consider it as the FOIPOP administrator as containing a great deal of personal information that normally is not given out to the public.
I agree.
So,
Can we strike it out?
then perhaps, well, it's already been made public in a way because the public could have picked up the package, but perhaps there'd be an amendment that when it goes before council that the personal information be blacked out. Is that, would you like to make that amendment?
I would like to, yes. But we have a,
Don't come again.
Pardon me?
The document won't come again to council, just the recommendation.
And so the document will come? Okay. So I guess we don't need to do that.
Okay.
But I guess as far as our records are concerned, perhaps the motion should be that we black out what's the personal information from the package.
I hope so.
So Councilor LeBlanc moves that the personal information at page 103 be blacked out in our records as an amendment to the motion. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Councilor Longmire, did I get it right?
Yes, but she wants it as a separate motion.
A separate motion.
Separate motion? Okay. Then we'll deal with it that way.
Okay.
So the motion is as read by the Deputy Warden, and then refined by the clerk, setting out the condition. I think we're all familiar with the bus, Tom's school bus down there by the title station. So seeing no more discussion, Mr. Dunphy?
It's a little off topic with it, but I think if we looked at revising the vendor on municipal property application form and take off the requirement there, that copy of policy attached, and just say, take off the requirement that you have to attach that when we give the application package.
Okay.
That would straighten it out, and then rather it would just have an acknowledgement that a copy of it was received.
Perfect. Sounds okay to me.
And that can be done as an internal function as opposed to requiring any motions or anything else like that.
We're still going to have a motion to black out our records,
Yeah.
I think. Ms. Campbell?
If you'd like to make that change, I can bring it forward as an amendment to...
Sorry?
If you wish to make that change on the form, I will bring forward at a subsequent meeting the appropriate amendment that would be required to do that.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is the one read by the Deputy Warden and refined by the clerk, and then we'll have a separate motion afterwards with respect to the privacy issue. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Councilor LeBlanc would like to make another motion.
Yes, I'm sure Carolyn has the wording properly.
I think there was
I need
a
to-
move for a seconder to, I would just say to remove page 103 from the package for the final record.
Yeah.
Sure, we could do it that way. So the motion on the floor is to remove page 103 of 145 from the package. Is there a seconder? Councilor LeBlanc moves, Councilor Redden seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Did you reach Councilor Redden?
I was able to speak with this Liz, and she was able to get a message to him that he is not.
He won't be coming.
Okay.
So I'm advised that Councilor Morrison will not be able to make the meeting, so why don't we go then to back to the regarding the seasonal operation of the picnic park.
So you amended your order
I know.
to do that after lunch.
I know, so I'll have to ask for a motion from council that we deal with that now, move the agenda to deal with it now. Moved by Councilor Kong, seconded by Councilor Longmire. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. All right, let me find the page. Can somebody help me out? 86.
86.
All right, Deputy Warden.
So seasonal operation of park located at 2895 Highway 1, Upper Clements Park. Upper Clements is a little tricky. Recommendation, Committee of the Whole to recommend to Council to approve seasonal operation of a park formerly associated with Upper Clements Park, associated at 2895 Highway 1, Upper Clements, to be included in the county's recreation parks inventory for program, marketing, and maintenance.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire. Yeah. Now, the recommendation and the motion approves the seasonal operation of the park, and it attaches with respect to the financial implications for the operational, for picnic tables, pathway, roadway, signage, porta potties, maintenance, whippersnipping. The total cost is $8,780 in this report for the purpose of the discussion. So, Mr. Cotw?
This was an error on our part, that when we put this in the budget, we should have identified this number. We put in 5,000, so that was an error on our part. My apologies.
So the budget is coming back to us on Friday afternoon?
Yes.
And so this is still something that, the motion passed was up to 1% or 1 cent, I forget. So you're saying that when you come back to us with the budget, your suggestion is that the $8,780 be in the budget you're going to present to us?
Yes. It's just an error on our part. Put it right figure.
The 5,000, it was 5,000.
Yes, 5,000.
It was presented to us previously. Okay, Councillor Cotw?
My concern is that we went into some pretty aggressive cuts. One was against what some councillors wanted. We agreed not to take an increase in our personal budget, in our personal expenses this year. Help with saving money to residents, so our tax rate didn't have to go up. We passed a cent on the tax rate, or we put in place to go to council for a 1 cent approval, hoping that staff will come back with allowing that 1% to be put into reserves, because we've got to build reserves. And that was to be identified for that reason, so that the citizens of our county understand that we have to build our reserve back up, and we're going to really try to put that 1 cent rate into reserves. We also have had many letters from citizens from that community saying that they're interested in helping with that park. And I thought that a group was going to come to council and entertain us with what they would like to put in efforts to that park. We talked about maybe putting something out there that there'll be friends of different parks, so that the level of these parks will be taken care of, what the citizens would like to see in the areas, but maybe not get burdened so much on this council. I'm still going to put a motion on the floor that the budget for that park be put back to $5,000, because there's things that's in that park that can wait until next year, or maybe the citizens themselves will step up to the plate and help with something. So I'm not for the increase unless the new budget comes back on next Tuesday, showing that we can put a cent on our tax rate in the reserves and then found the money somewhere else. Because we've cut different things in our budget, trying to bring that down, and we wouldn't be allowed to do that. I personally feel that in the response that we've had from the public, they're more than willing to step up to the plate and help. And if we don't take that offer, and we offer everything there for them, then we're never going to get it. We have to, in all of our parks, I think we have to look at why are we paying 100% for everything? If there's groups, especially in those areas that's willing to step up to the plate, then we have to look at areas to include them to help cut the cost. So So, like I said, for this budget item here, I'm going to put a motion on the floor to go to council and let we have back to 5 grand.
Well, although it's not in the motion, I'm just trying to think this out. The number of 8,780 is not in the motion, but it's in the report on the motion. So thinking out loud, I think let's see. We could deal with it as though we're talking about spending that 8,780, or we could say we'll deal with it when we get the budget back on Friday afternoon. Because this motion only talks about approving a seasonal operations. It doesn't talk about, the motion itself doesn't give specifics with respect to the cost.
But it says right there, financial implications.
Right where? Financial implications, yeah, I know it does.
So knowing that there are implications, and they listed it out, I will not support this.
Well then, perhaps if we're going to consider that to be in the motion, you should make an amendment to the motion and reduce it to 5,000.
Yes.
It seems to me. So do you want to make that amendment?
I make an amendment that we add to the motion that the
amend
the motion to add that the financial implications will be to $5,000.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Deputy Warden seconds it. Okay, discussion on the amendment. Councillor Hudson.
Yeah, perhaps just a little change there. To not be just worded in accordance with approved budgets. Instead of specifying a number.
But if the new budget comes forward, it's going to show 80 that for defeating purposes that we wanted to, we discussed it at lengthly and said that we would spend $5,000 out in that part this year.
Yeah, but I see what Councillor Hudson is saying, that, this is really, in a way, a budget item, and the CAO has said that they made a mistake by putting it in at 5, that it should have been the 8,780. So if the mistake wasn't made, we would have had this discussion last week. Right? And so just let me finish. So to me, it's still a budget discussion, and what Councillor Hudson is suggesting is that the motion today should be subject to the budgets that's passed, and when it comes back on Friday afternoon, then we can have the debate on the budget. That seems to me where this financial aspect of it should be. And I'll ask for some help from Mr. CAO. I see you, gentlemen. What do you think about whether we should be fixing the number today, or whether we should be dealing with it on Friday afternoon?
That's entirely up to council, because this report is before you. You could look for an amendment to this report.
Which is what we've done. There's a motion on the floor amending it to $5,000.
We could leave it at that and then come up for discussion again in budget time.
Okay, fair enough. So the motion is on the floor to reduce it to $5,000. I saw Councillor Redden's hand up here on the amendment now. Yeah.
Yes, so I like what Councillor Connell is pointing out here. I really believe a lot of what he said. What I want to point out, if I'm understanding this correctly, is $4,000 mentioned here in our financial implications. The first bracket are capital costs, which are not budgeted at all from what I see in our capital budget. Which brings our second portion, the second two sections on page 87, to an operating cost of $4,780, which is under the $5,000 in our operating budget. Maybe I've misunderstood this. Like I said, budgets are not my strong point. Math I do well with, budgets no. So is that correct in my understanding? And if that's the case, I would still happily support Councillor Connell's motion But I don't want to see that 4,000 in the operating or in the capital budget either.
So can I ask the CAO if Councillor Redden's observation that the capital cost of 4,000 would come out of the capital budget, and if so, no?
Not from my perspective. This would come out from our operating budget because it's only a small amount of money. Don't think the tables is that was not the intention when it came out of the capital budget. It was our error, I guess, not because we identified it as a capital. Well, it's it's a hard item. It's really not capital. It should have been included with the operational cost. So it was an oversight.
Okay.
So that's the additional.
Go ahead, Councillor Redden.
They are items that last more than a year. And we have small items in our capital budget.
I guess I'm so used to doing it differently elsewhere. And I know that a lot of times we've taken it out of our reserves, and that's how it's been done here.
Reserves, capital reserves, or operating reserves?
Yeah, well, they're both. We've been using both, and it's just the way that budgeting has been done in the county, which is fine. But it this might be the kind of thing that you study in the future. It actually is an operation.
So I think we have to take it that it's operating from what our CAO says. I understand completely your comment, but I have to take it. Councillor Proud.
Thank you. Under what was formerly capital costs, that was operating. I'm curious, I take Councillor Connell's comments to heart. I'm wondering, in the spirit of compromise, those two items, picnic tables, waste receptacles, pathway, roadway improvements, come up with a total of 2,000. I'm not entirely familiar, perhaps Councillor Gunn or Councillor Longmire, in the absence of Councillor Morrison. Would there be service clubs in that area or anyone that might take on those two issues, donated, either purchase or building, providing picnic tables and waste, the 45-gallon drums? Is there someone that we might approach that would do that, and maybe even someone with excavating capabilities that might look at the roadway improvements? I see Dr. Gunn, sorry. Dr. Gunn was a superintendent of schools in Kings County. That's a former life experience coming up here. But
I would think that would be a question for staff, would it not? Or Deputy Warden, were you going to respond to that specifically? Okay, go ahead.
Well, several things. Listen, when it comes to this Upper Clements Park, I'm just delighted that there's even $5,000.
No, if you don't mind, I was asking you to respond to Councillor Proud about whether there's another volunteer group in the area that might...
Well, yes.
Can you just address that? I'll come back to you on your main comments.
Yes, we have had a volunteer group get a hold of us about running this park. Are there other volunteer groups in the area that may jump in? Yes, I would suspect and hope that there are, but I don't know because I haven't, and I don't know what parameters I may be or somebody else may be able to approach them, because right now it's still kind of speculative and up in the air.
Yeah, I'll come back to you on your main point. Is that, I guess not?
Yes, I was throwing that out, thinking maybe if we could shave $2,000 off of that and bring it in at $6,700, that would be an improvement. But anyway, just a thought.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be I'll be opposing the amendment and supporting the recommendation, the financial implication. As you know, I tried to get the budget with no increase, and so I'm doing my best to keep taxes down, but I just think this is a very important project, and for a difference of 3,000 and a few odd dollars, I'd like to see that park cleaned up this year, and hopefully with the quote capital improvements, we won't have to spend as much in future years, and we can continue to approach the community to help, but that's my own view on this. Councillor LeBlanc?
I was just wondering, is there any possibility of taking some of the money out of the recreational piece of it? Because it would be, is there something in their budget that we could look at from recreation?
Well, as far as moving things around in the budget, the answer is yes at this point, because we don't have the budget's coming back to us, so staff, we left it with staff that they're going to come back to us with up to 1 cent, right? Up to. Now, if I remember correctly, we started the budget deliberations with a deficit of $477,000, which was about 4 cents on the rate. My recollection is that, therefore, 1 cent is equal to $119,000. With the cuts we made, we got down to 80. And so the motion was to staff, come back to us no more than 1 cent. So there's about $40,000 there that in theory they could even come back to more than what we cut, according to the motion that we passed. So to respond to your question, Councillor LeBlanc, they're going to come back and do a little wiggling and changing, and if this motion passes the way it is, they can come back with changing things around a little bit, because we still don't know exactly what the budget is going to be presented to us on Friday afternoon. We know we've narrowed it down.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Cotw?
Yes, Warden, but I also heard something that probably I didn't hear last Friday, and I think I'm going to ask for clarity from council. What I heard at council last Friday was we were at, like you said, we had reached the stage where we had about $80,000 that we hadn't
be a deficit.
I believe after all the motions, it was 94,000.
Was it 94,000?
That's what I read from the motion.
Well, I had 80. But anyway.
So when they took into consideration what the council had made changes in the cuts, so we were at 94,000. Council then, I think there was a motion to try and move that to 1.5. The intent being that the balance would go into the reserve, the operational reserve. So it was whatever we had arrived at plus 1.5. That got defeated. Then we were at 1%. And so the understanding, I think, that staff left with was that it would be the balance of what we had. So the 94 plus then whatever was left over goes into the operational reserve. What I heard today was that council intended, and I need some direction on that, I heard Councillor Collins say that council intended that full actual 1% goes into operational reserve. If that's the case, staff have to go back to the drawing board and find the $94,000.
That's not my recollection. I was going to point that out. My recollection is that there was no direction from council that anything was going to go into the reserve. We were going to come back with a deficit of up to 1 cent, which is 119,000. And if you came back with the 94, and you said it would be 1 cent, then yeah, I guess the rest would go into the surplus. But I didn't think that, we were going to put the whole 94 into the surplus. No, I didn't get that. Just a second.
So, my understanding of what you understood.
Yeah.
And so because I heard something different from a councillor, I wanted to make sure that
Right.
we were on the same page.
Right. So since Councillor Connell is the one who brought it up, I'm going to invite him to respond to that conversation.
I was only taking what Brad indicated on his motion, or on his concerns about being up front to the citizens, that our cent raise was to build our reserves. If it's not to build our reserves, the public should never have been told that. If it's to balance our budget, it's to balance our budget, which costs for this year. If anything's left over, then it can go to reserves, but that's not the way Brad presented it. He presented it that we were going to tell the public that the 1 cent raise was to build our reserves up. But if that's not the truth, then I don't want it to be portrayed that way, because that's exactly the way I told it was, that we are going 1 cent on the tax rate to let the public know that we are trying to build our reserves back up.
When you're talking about what Councillor Redden said, what are you talking about, last Friday?
Yes, because Brad had mentioned that he would like to have it indicated that if we were going to build our reserves up, that the public knew that was the reason. But if we're not raising the cent to do that, then I don't want that to be in.
I certainly, councillors all said different things, but the motion didn't talk about anything about reserves at all. It just said, come back, clearly we have to balance our budget, right?
Yes, but our discussions indicated that we were going to put that money into reserves.
No, I don't recall that.
That's what I've understood from it.
No, I don't recall that. There may have been that discussion, but the motion passed was simply come back to us with a budget where we're going to be raising the rate by 1 cent. That's all. Didn't say anything about reserves. Didn't say anything other than you got to have a balanced budget, which we all know you do. And so I took it that we came down to whether it's 80,000 or 94,000 deficit. We have to have raised the tax rate to meet that deficit.
I didn't take that.
Okay. So, Councillor Prout.
Thank you. If I may, I believe I made the motion to have a 1 cent increase, and we were dealing with a lot, and I can speak as a mover. I don't want to speak for the seconder, but she'll be able to do that if she chooses. My thought being at the time that we needed to have some increase in revenues to cover the perceived or actual shortfall. And if there was, once the shortfall is dealt with, when we meet on Friday, we have a better idea of where we're at. Any money left over from the budget would definitely go in reserves because of the CAOs. Yeah. But that was my intent, and I know we talked, as Councillor Connell has said during the debate on the motion, a lot of things were said about the reserves and so on, and the need that's there. But it was my intention, speaking as the mover of that motion.
That's the way I took it, I'll say.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to clarify.
Yeah. So we're almost a little off topic, but we're on topic at the same time. Just to bring us back to ground, there's an amendment on the floor with respect to the motion to essentially restrict the financial implication to $5,000 instead of $8,750. Did I get it right, Madam Clerk? Okay. Further discussion on the amendment to the motion to reduce it to $5,000. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. So the amendment would reduce the financial implication to $5,000 rather than $8,780. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion, I think I'll ask for a show of hands. All those in favor of the amendment. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor LeBlanc, I missed you. You voted in favor of the amendment?
Yes,
Yeah.
did it again.
It's my fault. I guess my head doesn't turn. So I get 6-4. Madam Clerk?
Well, there are 3 other in favor, so perhaps you
I missed Councilor LeBlanc, I think. She told me she was in favor. So I think 6-4, the motion is, for the amendment is defeated. Okay. Unless someone wants me to count again, I certainly don't want to get it wrong. But I think we have agreement that was the count, 6-4. So the motion is on the table as presented by the original motion to approve the seasonal operation of the park and to expend $8,780 on it.
So just to be clear, that to expend the 8,000 is not part of the motion?
Correct, but it's here and
It's not part of the motion?
it's not part of the motion, you're right. Councilor Bartow?
Can I make a comment just related to that amount?
Absolutely.
Initially, I didn't want to compromise what we already did on budget, but looking at this project and to get the community's energies up, that if this year we expend a little more to do that, I would say that maybe in the future we could boil it back to the $5,000 a year or some lesser amount as a community grant thing to do it without having an operational thing that can fluctuate, and then the community would be more apt to kick in. But it's a little late in the year to get them involved and organized to get it up and going for this year. If we can spend the $8,780 to get it operational this year, I think that it's a good thing. But I think if we go forward, we might want to look at that amount, that it's not that on an annual amount.
Agreed. The fact that it's in the budget this year doesn't mean it's going to be there next year.
Yeah.
Councilor Longmire?
That was virtually what I was going to say as well. I guess I had a question around the park levies, and with this, is this because it's a new park added to this year? Certainly moving forward, I would suspect that it would go back and become part of the collective parks and be funded appropriately.
It'll come back in the budget next year as part of the parks, I would think. Yes, the CAO is agreeing. Yeah. Councilor Sheridan?
So in the motion, it's not stating that they have to spend that amount. There's time for the community groups to get together. There's time for them to apply for grants. I was involved with a community in Nicktoll that took on a park, and we applied for the New Horizons federal grant. We received that grant funding, and we got over $9,000. We built a gazebo, put up a message board, new community signs, and we did all that as a community group, and we didn't ask anything from the county. It is doable if the community so wishes to do it.
Good point. To pick up on the clerk's comment, and it's going to be up to council, because the amount is not in the motion. My understanding sitting here today is that when we get our draft budget on Friday afternoon, Mr. Cotw has said there was an error and that the $8,780 is going to be in our draft budget. And I guess it'll come up for discussion again, if council wants to, because this amount is not in this motion, unless somebody wants to amend the motion to put the amount in it. Is the way I would see it at the moment. Just kind of thinking logically.
I think we should put it in.
I'm not saying one way or the other, I'm just saying as the referee here and how I see it. So, Councilor Bartow?
Where it's not operational, just a stupid question, could this be considered a safe restart?
No. Safe restart.
But it could come from recreational reasons.
Yeah, no.
So we could bring it from other grant research.
Any other discussion on the motion as presented? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. We're lucky that we have a community group that's sitting back and just waiting for us to make a decision on whether this is going to be in our park system or not. And because there is down there, that group is ready to strike the iron, so to speak. And, when it comes to the upper, I'm going to go on a rant here. When it comes to the Upper Clements Park, I was delighted that there was going to be $5,000 spent on that this year, because it's now going to be it gives a sign that it's going to be in our park system. That's the place we haven't been yet. To have that $5,000 to keep the lawns mowed, perhaps fix the roads up a bit, it was great. But now it may be 8, and that's even better. But now one of the things I want us to remember, I'm sure, that the outhouses down there have got cement tanks underneath. So we shouldn't really have porta potties after them. Although, they might have to be pumped out or whatever until they get them up and running. Perhaps those roofs down there on those outhouses might need, new shingles or something. I know some of the little cabanas that people would have their picnic table and barbecues under are in dire shape. Some of them need rebuilding. This is where I think the community would come into play. I'm sure that if approached right, that some of our local contractors or not contractors alone, but even building supply places would want to help if they could have their name associated with our park in the smallest of ways. So I don't think that's, out of question. What I would need to know, though, is are we insured? So if we have a community group go down there and we fix the roads and, somebody on a tractor, I don't know, runs over somebody on a cane, are we insured? Are we insured if somebody's down there cleaning up some wood that, I don't know, something might happen? Are we insured? If people are there nailing a new shingle on, are we insured? Is there community insurance for that kind of thing? I know under recreation, we can buy into, if we were having a festival, we can buy into our recreation insurance, right? So is there that kind of option down there? And
could we leave that question? It's a good question before you go on to the next one.
Yeah, and then I just want to make sure I'm all covered here. Thank you. And back to the 1.5, it should have been 1.5 tax increase, because then we could have actually added some to our reserves. Thank you.
The insurance question?
So I can only speak of my past experience. This one here I'll have to refer to staff, but in my past experience with this type of thing, sometimes a group has approached a municipality to do something on our property. And generally, the insurance company would prefer that it be the municipality running the program for insurance purposes. And the request has always been made by the insurance company that the group that's putting it on has to look after their insurance requirements. Now, the question that you're proposing is that if we had volunteers assisting on running a recreation program on, it's supposed to be ours. I think if I understand you correctly, you're asking if those people are covered by our insurance, and the answer is I don't know unless staff can.
I think his question was even broader. That even if somebody's there that's using the picnic park that's not part of another group, just somebody that's there enjoying the facilities, and they trip over a log that somebody shouldn't have left on the road.
So if it's our park, they're insured, because it's for that purpose.
Would we have to add that to our commercial and general insurance policy as a listing of our properties that are insured for liability?
Yes.
Mine was actually a little more specific than that, was the volunteers. If somebody's there volunteering, got a shovel in their hand, got a rake in their hand, whatever, got a pair of work gloves on, and they're cleaning stuff up, are they insured?
My answer is no, but I'll refer to what our policy covers. If anybody
Fair enough.
Can somebody on staff help us out? I see Ms. Campbell winking
She's
at the chair.
shrinking.
I only add that what I've been told by the insurance company in the past concurs exactly with what the acting CEO just expressed. We have run into problems with WCB before. We've had to pay premiums for WCB, but I'm not an insurance expert.
But we would have to add this, now that, we only bought that property last year. Would we not have to physically add that to our insurance policy? Doesn't it list our properties for which we have insurance coverage? And since we own it already, has it already been added? It has.
I would likely. But that would add it for liability as far as a public access, not for people acting as our agent. Where we get into a very difficult part of this consideration is our volunteers acting as our agent. And that becomes a very difficult interpretation in consultation with our insurers.
I understand. Well, a good question, Deputy Warden, and I think staff are now alerted to the issue. I'm pleased to hear that we do have insurance coverage at this point, and I think we'll leave it to staff to deal with it further if necessary. Councillor Cotw?
I beg to differ.
Sure.
I donated my excavator, my time, and I built the park in the east end at
Scotney Path.
Scotney Path. I have insurance. I donated, built that park. I donated my excavator and built the park in Springfield. But we also had a local resident that went down through that park, continuously picking up branches and cleaning the park. He was a friend of that park. So I don't know if we had no insurance or we had no insurance, but that has happened in the past. Is that we allowed the volunteers to build the Springfield one. We had several volunteers because everything was volunteer. The gravel was donated. Four-wheelers were donated. The shovelers were donated. 100% of that park was all donation. So I have a problem understanding that maybe no one's allowed to get out now in that park. I think that we should check our insurance because several of our parks have people, individuals that go through our parks and pick up garbage. If they stub their toe, are they insured? Are they tripped through their fault? I'm sure that over on the shore in Glasgow, or not Glasgow, over next to the shore there, I'm sure there's individuals that take it on to keep the park on. I'll be very disappointed we can't include a group of friends of the park that can't go on that park and help us out. Because we have all kinds of people, just like Councillor Gunn said, we may have retired people down there that love carpentry, that would love the opportunity to go in there and pick up those washers and sodas. They would probably go collect the donations for lumber to fix it up. I mean, that was my concern about paying for everything and every part that's offered to the county. When we apply for grants, I just applied for a grant to the province to fix up our little museum. One of their first qualifications is how much you're going to get in kind, how much you're going to get donated. And in that application, it allows for all kinds of donations. Somebody helping you manually, equipment, So I have a little bit of a problem thinking that the county has to be on hawk 100%. And that was my concern about paying 100% for what is offered in this park application, is that I would like to see community groups.
You're repeating yourself, Councillor Connell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warden, if I could, to the council, let me check with the insurance company. I think we need to just be sure that they're properly insured to do this kind of stuff. Let me do that first. Secondly, not for the community getting engaged if they're friends of the park in fundraising. But the question I think I'm hearing from Councilor, from Deputy Judge, is if they actually do physical work, how they cover. So I think I want to draw the distinction between those two. If they actually physically do work and volunteer to do that kind of work, then I want to make sure that volunteers are covered out of our policy to answer to respond to you. But again, Friends of the Park, nothing from fundraising.
Yeah, and sorry, what? Yeah, no, really, I don't want to get into an argument. This is getting a little off the rails here, if you don't mind. I haven't called for the vote yet on the motion. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just to further to what said, I voted about volunteers, and I just want to bring this fact to the attention of the council. And I'm only speaking here in terms of Bridgetown. In Bridgetown, you have the ball field, you have the arena, you have the pool, and I would say that there's volunteers working at one of those locations basically on a weekly basis. And so, and I just mentioned that's a reality that exists in Bridgetown in respect to volunteer work.
Have I called for the vote on the motion yet? Anybody else want to speak on the motion on the floor? And I'll just point out again that this is going to, as far as the financial implication, will be in the budget that comes back to us on Friday. The motion on the floor is to bring the park into our inventory of parks. So I think I'll call for a vote. So all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. So it's the magical hour at 12 o'clock. Actually, 12:05, so we'll come back at 1:05. This is the resumption of the Committee of the Whole meeting. We're down to departmental reports under number 6 of the agenda. The first is the Community Development Report for the month of March. It's before us. We have it. We have a report and some statistics. Are there any comments or questions with respect to the report? Councilor Longmire?
Thank you. I would just, I guess, point out number 5, Annapolis County Parks and Open Space Watch Program. So going back to our previous conversation that we had before lunch, kind of answers a bit of our dilemma.
Good point. Good point. Other comments with respect to the report? Or any questions from Mr. Dunphy?
I have one.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes, I'm looking at number 2, the youth VIP. I see that it's great incentive. Any reasoning why you chose to start at grade 9 to 12?
Mr. Dunphy?
That was a motion that I believe that was in place from the previous council to start that program.
Yeah.
And that's the best I can tell you.
Okay, so there wouldn't be adversity starting at a lower level?
This one, as I said, is just the sort of a pilot to see how it works, but it's one of its issues that we're trying to build on at that time, if you recall, was to see about the potential for if we could develop some sort of a program where kids can participate in council. And too young lower than, grade 9 and stuff may not be a productive use of their time. Like a grade 5 student may not be as interested, let's put it that way.
Yes, no answer.
Other comments or questions with respect to the report? Seeing none, is there a motion to receive it for information?
I'll move the motion to receive for information.
Second the motion. You got another question, Councilor LeBlanc?
No.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. The next is the Legislative Services Report for March, which was handed out at the beginning of the council meeting today. I trust we had time to review it over the lunch break, I hope. I'll give council a few minutes to just right now take a look at it, since it was just handed out at the beginning of the meeting, and then call for receipt. I'll just wait for a second, Deputy Warden, and so people can pay attention to any comments.
And I also have a question after.
Okay, Deputy Warden, do you have a comment? Do you want to move that we receive it for information and then we'll discuss?
Yes, I'll move to receive for information.
Second, Councilor Sheridan, discussion? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. The Upper Clements Park, the debenture renewal. We haven't taken that debenture out yet. We're still on the borrowing from the bank for this money.
Where are you pointing out to on the report?
On 110, page 110.
We're not there.
We'd be on there?
Yep.
No, we're on the Legislative Services,
No, we're doing this one right now.
which was distributed at the beginning of the meeting.
Sorry.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor LeBlanc.
I have a question, and it's about bylaws and policies. I know that some of other municipal councils have a set time once a month to review policies and stuff as a council to see what they were doing. I don't know if this would be a benefit to us as well. That way we'd all be going through all of the policies. I know sometimes we just don't go through all of them. I don't know if it's a benefit. I don't know if Ms. Campbell can tell us if she knows anybody. I know Digby County does it. I know a few others, but I see it could be a benefit to us, maybe, if we did that.
If we do what exactly?
Go over each policy.
Go over each policy
Yes.
of the county?
Every month.
See if there should be changes, because we seem to change things as we go along. But they have a way of going through it every month and take a section and go on. I don't know if it's a benefit or something we need to look at or consider.
I guess right now it comes before council on an ad hoc basis when staff or some councilors want to bring it before council.
I don't know if Ms. Campbell has any
Councilor
comments, or Louis. Monsieur?
So it's an interesting question, and I was just discussing it with Director Campbell yesterday. In Windsor, we have what's called a strategy and policy session of council, and we met once a month. And at strategy and policy, this is when all the good ideas that you come up, you've come up with an idea that you saw in Edmonton when you were visiting or at a conference. It comes before, that would seem like council required a forum to discuss policies. And we used to review our policies during that session. Initially, it was very, very busy. But as you got through the year and the following years, it got less and less. And then you get to the stage where, it was, and that kind of keeps you at the level of policy development and where you should be. That's something that the new CAO might have to work with council on, and whether you meet once every 2 months or once every quarter would be something you determine as a council. You just deal with policies. So it's an option.
So it would be a separate item on the agenda?
It would be a separate day. You meet a separate day.
Separate day.
Yeah, and you just call it strategy and policy of council. And you just deal with all of these kinds of matters. And they can still come up with council, but at least you've got a day to focus on them, and council may wish to see policy number 30 and 52 and 75 brought up for discussion. But it's, if that's what you're referring to.
That is exactly what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Should we be setting a date for this now, for maybe a couple of months down the line? Set the date now. The new CAO can move in with us.
Warden, I would probably wait until your new CAO comes in, talk about how you want to see these things go, and he might have better ideas.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Yes, Ms. Campbell?
And as the acting CAO discussed, we talked about this yesterday. I'm for it, for sure. If the intent is to do an annual review of every bylaw and policy, that would be somewhat challenging to me, because we have 88 policies and 20-some bylaws. That means you would be reviewing 10 a month. I'm not sure I can handle that kind of load. But if the expectation was, for example, reviewing them every 2 years, that might be a little more doable.
Well, we can raise that with the new CAO when it comes in. Any other questions on the Legislative Services report? Well, there's a motion on the floor to receive it for information. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the Finance Services report. That was in the package. It begins at page 109. Deputy Warden, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Page 110. It was I guess it would be the 5th paragraph down. And it's about the Upper Clements Park, the debenture there. And I'm curious about the debenture, because
where is that?
On page 110 of 145.
Okay, thank you.
And we go down, I think it's out of the 5th paragraph. No, there. Upper Clements Park, 7.2 million. My question is, if we have a $7.2 million loan note with the provincial government through the Municipal Finance Corporation, and given maybe the unforeseen or something happens to this project and we're left with the property in Upper Clements that has been, presently signed over to Mr. Farron, and we have to clean it up, can we use the remainder of that $7.2 million to clean up that property and secure it, or maybe not the remainder of it, a portion of it, to clean it up so that it can be possibly moved on to some other developer or something? Because that property down there in Upper Clements is a mess. and it needs to be cleaned up. And right now, we're facing $350,000 this year security that probably a couple of good lads with an excavator could have down on the ground in a couple of days. So, and we don't know where this is all going. So that's my question, is if the school project goes south, can we use part of those funds to finish cleaning that property up? Thank you.
Mr. Cotw?
The answer is no, because for any of these things, we have to get the minister's approval, and then you do have to go before the minister and explain why it is that you need a $7.2 million temporary borrowing resolution. And so if it's not being used for that project, it can't be used for anything else. And I'll turn to my director of finance just to correct me.
Are you talking demolition costs?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's in an agreement anywhere, or who's responsible to clean that property up. If it's part of the agreement, yeah, we could add it to 7.2 million, but then the developer becomes responsible for all those debenture payments.
I think what I hear Resort saying, and you brought up a very good point, is that, you know, the interesting legal question, I'll put it, is whether the removal of the chattels, because I think they're chattels, the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, all that, the removal of those from the site, would that be part of the $7.2 million? My recollection from looking at the approval from the minister is that it wasn't very detailed. And right sitting here today, I think you could make an argument either way, whether it's cleaning that up, because I'm assuming from the fact that the land was deeded to Mr. Fair and that the intention was that it be used for the Gordonston School in some way. And if that land was to be used for the Gordonston School in some way, I assume it wasn't to have a roller coaster on it and a Ferris wheel. So the removal of those things, whether it could be part of the $7.2 million loan, good question. And I'm glad you brought it up, but I myself don't have an answer at the moment. Councilor Bartow?
Just related to that cleanup, it's nice to have it cleaned up, but it seems how we're in limbo in the court system with the ownership of the land. Doesn't it vary that anything that's on that land belong to the owner of that land? And we would not legally be able to do anything with it until that court decision on the land ownership is settled. And that's, you know, court cases, as you know, is long down the road.
So I think that we should continue this discussion. It's getting a little into something that we should perhaps go in camera, because we may be talking about contract negotiations with Mr. Farron. And we may be talking about litigation with respect to the matter that's before the courts. And I think a good question has been raised, but I think we can bring it up again later today in camera.
Yeah. I guess my point is we got to look at everything before we jump into anything.
Any other questions with respect to the finance report?
Just one.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes. On page 110, the second paragraph from the bottom, are those studies budgeted? No.
Where are you, sorry?
Page 110.
Yeah.
The second paragraph up. Compiling information for the Bridgetown and Annapolis County water rate studies. That will be completed by G.A. Eisner Consulting. Have we budgeted for that consultant?
Mr. McGinnis?
Yes, we have. It's on the capital budget.
Okay.
Further questions?
They need a motion.
I don't see any. So there's a motion on the floor to receive it.
There's no motion.
Oh, there's no motion.
No.
Thank
You
you
should
for...
have a motion on the floor before you discuss it, just to inform you.
That's right.
Move to receive for information.
Okay. Second? Councillor Longmire. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion is carried. Next is the municipal services report.
Move for information.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, would you like to second that?
I'll second it.
All right, thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor. Discussion? I have a question. Mr. McGinnis, I'm sure I speak for all the councillors. We get continual calls as to how we're doing with the rollout of the high-speed fiber network. Just from whatever information you can give us as to what's different now from a month ago, can you bring us up to date on where we stand?
Just anywhere from 2 to 4 crews are out on a daily basis putting up strand and fiber, and we're working as fast as the approvals come in from NSPI to allow us to put up the strand and the fiber. So we're working a bit at the mercy of the pole owners. They own the poles, whether it's NSPI or Bell. But as those approvals come in, and over the last 2 or 3 meetings, I believe they have streamlined their approval process, not because of us, but because of the Develop Nova Scotia project, which is province-wide. And it's challenging. It has been challenging working with NSPI, so they've cleaned up and streamlined their process, so we hope to get those approvals on an ongoing basis, but we're still targeting the fall to have the system up and operating completely. We've provided in the report some prospective dates for the incoming areas, and again, having experimented myself because I'm not fortunate enough where I live to be on the county build. I kind of jump over to the Develop Nova Scotia site. I get all my information there about when Bell will service me in terms of going beyond what our build is. And our build is still on target, still under budget. And we've actually expanded into a couple areas that were under service that Develop Nova Scotia applicants didn't want to get involved in. So we're taking on some additional areas too.
So we're still targeting this fall for completion of our project?
Yep.
Everybody able to get their high-speed internet by this fall?
Yep.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Will Bell be offering the same service as Seaside at the same price?
I don't know. That's Bell. It's a question for Bell. I think they have. I'm only going because that's who my service provider is going to end up being. We're not. My house isn't in that building, the county building. And they have various programs, but I don't believe it's going to be the 1 gig program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cotw?
In your report, it said slated for spring, but we can't, that's spring, May till November. What are they saying spring? They're saying they're going to start opening up some of the spring. Is there a segregated timeline? Like, are they going to start opening up in May till July? Or?
We can get that information, but I mean, it's a pretty flexible program, again, because we're trying to coordinate with a number of different internet providers and with NSPI. So we can't give you, week 5 of May, you're going to be there. So we try and keep it general, but if individuals have, or counselors have individual questions about specific areas, we can try and get a better date, or at least latter, first part of May, second part of May, April, whatever, that information to you.
Wow, I was reading your report. It says that first customer numerous connections slated for spring. And you got listed Stronach Mountain, Melbourne Square, Spa Springs, Victoria Vale, Gates Mountain. So my question is when does Seaside classify as spring?
I would say March 21st to June 21st.
Well, come and gone by then, but my concern is that I've had numerous calls. The way the line's set up is that they come out Twin Oaks Road and then came down and went across 362. When they come up from the shore, they came up from the shore to Lily Lake, and went in Lily Lake and stopped. There's 4 houses between where they stopped coming one direction and stopped coming the other direction.
Okay.
Just that I want to identify that there was 4 houses have been calling me wanting to know why wasn't the line continued on and just that little short section left out.
There have been anomalies. We've been dealing with some up on the Arlington area because of that, because of where either power lines stop or start, where service providers start and stop, and we're trying to resolve those. If councillors have particular concerns about particular areas, just send myself or Janice an email, and we'll get that information to you. Secondly, on spring, and I didn't mean to be so, is we need to get the Middleton Pop Station up and running. It's on schedule. We got a date for completion. We're working on it, and so we need to get all the electricians in there. But the room is ready, and it's under construction right now. So as soon as that's lit up, then we can start hooking up customers.
Okay, I'll send you an email on those 4 civic numbers.
Yep.
For the benefit of those at home, Mr. McGinnis, the first time crews go down the road to put this system in, it's called the make ready work, and they go down, they trim off the trees so that the workers can get at the lines and the poles, right? That's number 1. Then there's strand that's put on, and they run the strand through because that's what the fiber has to be hooked onto, right?
Right.
So when they do the strand, is that a separate crew or a separate operation than doing the fiber, or do they do them both at the same time?
They can do them both at the same time, but I think they try and get the strand up right away so that when the fiber crews are ready, because it's a bit of a different skill level in terms of getting the fiber up. So I believe they are separate crews.
Separate crews. So after the make ready work, the first one through is to put up the strand, and then a little while later they come in and put up the fiber.
Correct.
Then when the fiber's done, and if I want to get my high-speed internet, then I have to call Seaside.
Correct.
And Seaside will arrange for somebody to come out, and then they have to run a line from the telephone pole wire place into my house.
Correct. Yep.
And who does that?
Seaside.
Seaside will have a crew? Are they doing that already? Are some people getting hooked up?
We've only got the small kind of pilot going because we don't have light to the fiber yet. So as soon as that's lit up, we'll be sending crews out to do that. But people through the website, and I know that's a chicken and egg thing. If you don't have the internet, how do you get to the website? But or have your neighbor do it, or you hate to volunteer counselors, but get them lined up, and then they can plan all their hookups for one particular area if they're already pre-registered.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Longmire?
I just wanted to ask a question about the tender process underway for the POP for Annapolis, and if that's on target. Like, where are we at with? Has there been a good response to that?
Yeah, it's been awarded from the electrical side.
Okay.
One of our holdups there is the provision of the standby generator for backup power. Not that that's critical. Just we would like to have backup power before we light it up, so that if we do have a service interruption, the internet won't go down. But it's more of a risk management issue than anything.
Councillor Sheridan?
Just to follow up on the pop down in Annapolis, if we ever did consolidate our municipal buildings and that pop station is there, what happens at that point if we move to one building, and where does that pop station end up?
Pop station stays there, it's part of the purchase, and that use would remain as part of its condition of sale or disposal.
So the answer to the question is that the pop station would stay there? Did I hear you say?
Correct. I don't see any reason to move it. It's a big undertaking, and it would just be like any other leased area. It would remain with the building as a condition of sale.
It's going to be in the building, is it?
Yeah.
But if we decide in years to come that we're going to consolidate all of our buildings and we sell that building, was that the question?
Yeah.
And I mean, we have to sell the building with the pop station in it?
Correct.
That sounds kind of strange to me. I don't know anything about these things, but it sounds kind of strange that I have to...
I guess it's no different in my mind, anyway, to a leased area. The lease comes with the building. You take on the lease if you take on the building.
Where is it in the building? Is it out to one side or
southeast corner? Used to be my old office.
Under council chambers.
Right under council chambers.
Okay. How big is it?
Probably 10 by 10.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
Just for a point of clarification, following up a bit on Councillor Connell's point. So I'm to understand that by the end of spring, be that the 21st of June or whenever, there'll be no gaps in service in District 1, like any of the little side roads or under gaps that existed. That's what I'm taking from, what I took from your report, but just on the chance that I get a call or two, I'm thinking of places like the Clem Road, that's in between Stronach Mountain and the Upper Vault, and there's traditionally been a gap between what I would say is the Upper Vault or Bridge Street and the 101 overpass on the Vault Road. I know I have people who are in that area that are waiting for the internet, so that will all be addressed by the end of spring.
It will be addressed by either fiber, or we'll have to go move to the next phase and look at line of sight. But I refer you back to our map. It's linked to the county. It's on the county website.
Yes, I looked.
You need to put the Civic, and going from my own experience, I put in my Civic. The county's not there, right? So I know just through local knowledge. I go to the Development of Scotia site. If they're in a project, I'm on that site, and we're going to approach Seaside or Develop Nova Scotia, put the link directly in our site. So if you don't get it here, you can go to there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bartow?
Go back to the Annapolis Pop Center. Previous comments from a couple of councillors addressed some of my issues. I've got a couple extra. One is you said that the Pop Center for Annapolis is out for tender.
No, went out for tender for the electrical work.
Okay. And the readiness of it, I see here some of the first customers in the spring hookups would be attached to that, and that's for hookups in the spring. Well, we're getting through our spring when my constituents call me, I'd like to have a realistic answer for them as to when they can get hooked up.
I'll have to get some additional detail because this is a fairly new award on the construction side, and we have a lot of the materials there in terms of the electrical work. And as I said, in terms of the overall completion of the project, crews are in there today, putting in conduit, whatever, and I'll have to look. I'll refer back to the construction contract on the duty. I just don't have that information from me.
I just been answering so far that you had the cable, you had the strand, you had the cable, but I said you can't get hooked up until the pump center's in place, and I don't really have the information to tell them at this point.
That's right. We can't pump water until the pump center.
Yeah. The other thing about the ongoing and the question on future use of the building or whatever, what if the developer buys that in its prime residential area and it gets demolished? You know, like, I guess, is there any, what kind of a contract to sell the buildings to maintain that?
We haven't,
you know, it's a
yeah, we haven't approached that yet because we're just not there yet in terms of any kind of discussions on disposal. But I will say, the application was picked before there was any consideration of asset consolidation.
So no discussions at this point related to that?
No.
Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. On page 115, the first customer, so virtually the second or the first paragraph, true paragraph, the first customer is connected, slated for spring. I know in the area in which I am a councillor, I don't see Hollow Mountain Road. And I know I've had some discussion around that area. Am I correct by saying Hollow Mountain Road is part of the, again, down further, the remaining areas are expected to be ready for activation summer and fall? Would that be Hollow Mountain Road?
I believe that's part of the Litchfield area.
Yeah.
Is that part of Litchfield? Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a point of clarification from perhaps just myself. On page 114, and it's the 13th bullet down, but I'll read it. It says, in addition, Eagle has continued to install strand and cable where possible prior to the official permit being received. What official permit is you referring to there?
To hook up to the...
I think that's in relation to
We're making it, so we're kind of getting out a little bit, but we try not to because we're on there with their permission. But we do have good communication with the pole owners and Scotia Power and Bell. So those crews communicate all the time. So we make it out a little ahead when we know the permit is coming. There isn't any hiccups, and it's more in the administrative process and just in terms of issuing the permit.
Councillor Sheridan?
So where is the POP in Bridgetown?
At the back of the parking lot and behind the Bridgetown Administration Building.
But it's not on the building, in the
It's
building?
not in the building.
Thank you.
That's in that nice new container.
Pardon me?
That nice new container we see out there. Is that it?
No, pardon me, sorry. No, that's where our recreation equipment is because the basement flooded. No, this is, we poured the pad, all the conduits are there for the electrical work. All the materials are in order for the cabinet and the guts.
Was that question about the Middleton pop?
No.
Now, the Middleton pop, that's not going to be in the DeWolf building, is it?
It's going to be...
Oh, it is in their building?
Yeah.
And where's the Bridgetown one again?
It's on a separate pad outside of the Annapolis County Administration Building in Bridgetown, the old town office.
So why don't we build the one in Annapolis Royal outside on a pad so that if we sell the building, it's off to the side somewhere?
Wasn't under consideration when we made that decision. Wasn't even in the discussion.
Amazing.
That decision was made about 2 years ago.
Is it, have steps been taken to start it already inside the building?
Yep. I guess I don't have concerns about maintaining that site there if we choose to dispose of it in terms of the condition of sale. I don't see.
Well, it would seem to me that it would be prudent to put it outside because we're having a report, right, coming back to us about consolidating our buildings. So what we've all been looking forward to might be sooner rather than later, but who knows, right? Councilor LeBlanc?
So if we were to consider putting it outside at this particular moment, just to say, what are we looking at for cost to switching it from what we have done already to outside?
I haven't got that number. And the question has not been asked before. But I will take council direction. You want us to investigate that?
But how far behind would it put?
I don't have an answer for that.
Councillor Hudson?
How far along are we with that?
Just installing conduits, we have materials ordered, and they're on site, ready to be installed, and the gen set ordered. As I say, there's crews, I believe, on site today.
Most of which could be used outside.
I would assume so. They're just the large panels, yeah. But it would require an additional structure.
So it would be, I take it would be somewhat difficult to move it from outside the building to the pad or somewhere else after it's already up and constructed in the building?
I think it would be a bigger challenge than right now, yeah.
So
Councillor LeBlanc?
So where could we put it outside in that location? Where would be the best location if you were to...
Well, I think if we dispose of the building, we dispose of the site. So that would include parking lot. We would not own the land, so whether it's, and I'm just kind of thinking of these things as we're having a discussion, whether we dispose of the site and the POP is inside the building or outside the building, it still goes with the building. So we would have to find a completely different location.
Well, we couldn't find a corner on our lot that we had.
We could subdivide it out.
Yeah.
We'd have to go through the planning process there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Thank you, Steve. That's consideration.
Personally, I'd like to have that chased down a little bit. Councillor Sheridan?
Can I make a motion today at Committee of the Whole?
Yeah, I guess so. We're at the report. Maybe we should finish the debate on the report, and if you want to, there is a motion on the floor, I believe. I'm never sure anymore. And then if you want to make a motion afterwards, then we could entertain it.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion on the municipal services report? Councillor Hudson?
One quick informational thing. The geotechnical work, that's at Basinview, that's complete?
They finished up, I'm going to say either Friday or Monday, and we're waiting the first draft of the report.
Okay, which is expected when?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. What was that, Councillor?
The report is expected when, or tentatively expected?
In the next week.
In the next week, okay. Thank you.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you, and I just want to make a comment and a thank you, special thank you. This little map here told me more information, or not map, this little chart, than I've had in months, and I really appreciate that you put that together. Thank you. And that was page 116, is that I'm going to draw.
That was Janice put that together.
Oh, is it? Thank you, Janice. Good information, thank you.
Other comments on the municipal services report? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote to receive it for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Sheridan, did you want to make a motion that relates to this?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to have staff investigate, staff investigate looking into a new POP station for the Annapolis Royal area and take it outside the building. I don't know how you want to word this, it's kind of wordy, but I think you know what I'm trying to say. Just in case we do amalgamate the buildings, so we're not run into something later on down the road.
So if I can try it on, you're asking for a direction for staff to investigate whether the POP station in Annapolis Royal could be sited somewhere outside our building.
Correct, thank you.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Deputy Warden seconds it. Discussion. This would be a recommendation from Committee of the Whole to Council, and we've had some discussion already on it. Any more comments or questions?
I'm sorry, who was the seconder?
The Deputy Warden seconded it. No other discussion, comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
I do have one question.
Sure.
I can't think of that at the same time. Is this, are you giving your direction directly right now to the CAO, or are you making your recommendation to council?
I thought we had to make a recommendation to council.
No, CAO.
You can direct the CAO at a meeting.
Can I add a committee, a whole meeting? I think we'd like to, because I think time is of the essence.
Correct.
So I think we'd like the motion to read, to direct the CAO to investigate. Okay? And I think with everybody's agreement,
I'm fine
we'll
with
have the
that.
motion read that way.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Next, the report from the Chief Administrative Officer for March.
Received.
I'll second
Move
that.
to receive.
Moved to receive by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Connell. Thank you.
Small.
They're being foolish.
Mr. Cotw, you've got your, you've circulated your weekly reports. Are there any questions or comments for Mr. Cotw?
Great job. Oh, that's great.
Mr. Cotw is unfortunately getting us used to these reports in such a way that Mr. Dick might have some difficulty in filling his shoes. Seeing no,
Sorry, were we on, I know we flipped to Mr. Catino's, but did we get through with the municipal services?
Yes.
Yes.
We did get through with
Protective
municipal
services, yeah, that's
That was all of it, was it?
That's
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had a comment for that one, I'm sorry.
Which one was that on?
The John rate report.
The municipal. Why don't, can you ask me now under the CAO report?
I can wait till the CAO is done. My only comment was I followed you on legislative services, but when I saw protective services, I was going to comment on the TNR for cats. But anyway.
No, what is it? Go ahead.
Just that I was pleased to see everything that was in that report, and I have had calls, one in particular about what the county can do to work with feral cat colonies, and TNR, the trap neuter release program, was something that they were interested in finding more information on. So when I speak with the person who was in touch with me, I'll give them this year-end report.
Okay.
It's nice to see you. Sorry for
No problem. Comments or questions with respect to the CAO's report?
May I just add one thing there? Since my motions, summary motions is included in there, they look different.
Yes.
And I have to print them from home, so sorry about that. I just want to tell you that that first number, that first column, so the last one is 376. That's how many action motions you have given of the council to staff in that fiscal year. So this is to the end of March. Just so you know, that's what that running total is. Those are staff's marching orders.
That's a big number.
We're working too hard. We're working too hard here. Slow down.
Right, David? We'll try to make it 4
Our
next
next
year.
paper was on Tom Brown.
I heard that.
Any other comments about the CAO's report? So there's a motion to receive it for information. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. All right. Next is the Council Committee and Organizational Reports. And first up is the Warden's Report, which I traditionally do orally. This last month, has been, as usual, replete with a number of meetings, conference calls, emails, telephone calls with the lawyers dealing with our various litigations. We're hopeful that we can soon report some successes in that regard. I've agreed to speak to the Annapolis Chamber of Commerce in June with respect to, they wanted me to come and talk about where the council's going and what we're doing, which I will do. I've been partaking in my regular warden duties, which is such things as, reviewing the agendas and signing the checks and otherwise monitoring the activities of the government. I've been assisting with the arrival of a new CAO. We even have his grocery list that we're going to pick up on Saturday for self-isolation. So we're working on that. Any questions about anything? Councillor Sheridan?
You say he's arriving on Saturday?
Pardon me?
The new CAO is arriving on Saturday?
He's arriving on Saturday.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's driving. I said, you're going to get here. I said, you'll get here in the dark. And he said, oh no, I'm going to leave at 5 in the morning from Cornwall. And I should be there around 6 or 7 in the evening.
Really?
I don't know.
That's not going to happen.
Well, you might have wings.
You're going to be a smoker.
Anyway, I'll have the lights on if he's a little late.
Like a radar executive.
It's 12 hours from Quebec City.
That's right.
He has accommodations, doesn't he?
We'll leave it unlocked for him. Any other comments about my report? Okay, hearing none. Do we need a motion to receive that?
He gave a report, they should receive it for information.
Pardon me?
Move to receive.
Yes.
Somebody move the receipt of my report. Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Bartow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Next, recommendations from the nominating committee.
Heritage Advisory Committee, from March 24, 21 nominating committee. Heritage Advisory Committee, Policy AM-1.3.6.3. Pursuant to the recommendation of the nominating committee, I move that Municipal Council appoint Mark Robertson as a citizen member of the Heritage Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second. Councillor Sheridan, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried.
Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, not more than 6 citizens, policy AM-1.3.6.7, in accordance with the recommendation of the nominating committee. I move that Municipal Council appoint Merwin Clayton and Teresa Hannum as citizen members of the Cornwallis Park Area Advisory Committee, both satisfying Section 29D of the policy for a 2-year term ending November 30th, 2022.
Second. Councillor Redden, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion is carried. Next is the Trans-County Transportation Society. Councillor Prout.
Thank you. I wasn't able to attend the monthly meeting, but I do have some important information to pass along. The province of Nova Scotia decided around the end of March 29th, I think, that all of these transportation authorities would provide round-trip rides to vaccination appointments for only a cost of $5. And that in this case, Trans-County Transportation Society will, and they all will be reimbursed for the remaining costs of the trip by the province. And that information is on websites. It's also with Nova Scotia Health and COVID booking appointment sites. And TCTS is going to be offering this to clients of any age traveling to any vaccination site. So if you know of anyone who's unable to get to a vaccination site, they should contact, if they're within the catchment area of TCTS, have them give them a call.
Is there a motion to receive that report? Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Further discussion on the TCTS, and I'm another one that has difficulty sometimes with these acronyms. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Could you explain the catchment basement of TCTS?
Now, as far as I know, I believe they go to as far as Aylesford, heading east. They go into Kings County. There's also, I think it's called Point to Point in Kings County. And I know TCTS, their headquarters are in Bridgetown. Anybody from the western end of the county, refresh my memory as how far they come west.
I don't remember quite if they go into Cornwallis or not.
I have seen them as far as Annapolis. I don't know if they go to Bear River. Did I get that?
They do go to Bear River.
I thought so.
When my son was a student at that, I know that TCTS went to Bear River to pick up students.
I can get back to you on that.
No, just curious.
But
do they go into Digby County? Or does it stop there?
I can make a call and get back to you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Councillor Cotw? There's a motion to receive the report for information. There's no further discussion. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is King's Transit. Councillor LeBlanc.
Well, as you can see, you have in front of you the reports, and the ridership isn't going any faster in the positive zone as where we were. Hopefully that'll change. We are running a deficit. However, we have been given money from the province or from the feds to help with that during COVID time. The other thing is, I'll have to say to Mr. McGuinness, today I received an email that said that our bus might not be coming before the end of June, beginning of July, so we're going close to August now. Maybe it's your fault. Anyway, it will be coming eventually, is what I'm going to say. There is money, again, being put out there as far as the feds are putting, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McGuinness, $250 million over the next 5 years to try for transit. They're looking at something of more like doing a new way of not using gas, so electric. Mind you, if we do that, we do not have what we need to plug in our buses in our county as well. And what we see as a $630,000 bus, we will see a bus of $1.4 million. The last page on the list of the sheets is a priority list of things that they've been put together by the GM, the staff, and the board of things they'll be looking at. The last GM, Mr. Bannon, had started trying to put a micro-transit and also trying to join in Clare and Yarmouth and to our transit. So that's going to be looked into. The request from Yarmouth for looking at this has been brought up to the board because they found it quite interesting to be able to join all the way up to the valley. So, because we go down to Weymouth, and Transport de Clare does Yarmouth to Weymouth. However, the Yarmouth is looking at maybe a bus system of some sort, and Mr. Bannon had been speaking to them, so they are looking to get that back on the floor.
Councillor LeBlanc, on the financial statement, under, I guess it's the fifth, under revenue, the fifth one down, 4251, operating grant municipal Annapolis East.
What page you on, Mr. Warden?
Did you have that? That's on page 141.
Okay. Yes.
This is the financial statement for the King's Transit, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, and on the fifth line down, in revenue, 4251, operating grant, municipal Annapolis East. Is that a municipal grant that comes from, who does that come from?
The 401-730-12?
The 438,251 forecast to March 31, or the
438.
438 is the forecast.
Oh, okay. In the budget. I don't know.
But is
Holly is the one that can answer that one.
But, yeah.
I can,
Ms.
that is our cost.
That's for us
That's
to them.
what's in our budget, our operating budget that we just did. So that's the net cost after the expense less the revenue. That's our cost at the end of the day.
So that's just the county of Annapolis?
Yes.
And does the county of Digby and Kings also contribute to King's Transit?
No, because they just provide a service to us.
Pardon me?
They provide the service to us.
Oh, I get it.
We're not part of that agreement. So Digby is separate, we are separate, and then there's the core that includes Kings County, Wolford, Berwick.
Kings County in general and all the municipalities are King's Transit.
Right.
We are just, and Digby are just partners. We pay for our service
Right, I understand that
for them to
So
keep us on track.
The ridership that I saw,
Get low.
trying to find it again.
It would be
There it is,
page
5-year
138.
ridership.
138?
Yeah, 138, right. So when I look under Annapolis East and Annapolis West, those are people that take the bus in our county, right?
Yes. And if you're looking at, it shows a 5-year from 2017 to 2021.
So it's quite a drop-off.
Yes.
Well, 2020 seemed to, and when they say 2020 in that ridership, is that the fiscal year or is that the calendar year?
Our municipal fiscal year.
Fiscal year, so it's the year ending 2020?
Right, March.
March 2020, yeah.
We were closed for quite a bit of that.
We were closed for many months.
Part of it.
Many, many months. And 21. If we, I guess if we're trying to compare routes, it's going to be difficult. Digby County, as far as them, they went through the whole time during COVID running. And Annapolis County decided to go with what the Corps decided. But as you can see, even in Digby County, they have lost some ridership.
What's the fare to go on the bus? Do you know?
Depending on your age.
On your age?
Could be $4, but it depends on your age. And plus you can have a pass, which makes it even.
And how many dollars did you say?
Well, $4 if you get on the
$4?
bus, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cotw?
I guess my question is that we have 2 buses.
We have actually 3.
One is a spare.
Yeah.
So in our capital, I see that we're going to buy 3 new buses,
That was what the plan was, yes.
and we're going to have a brand new bus sitting there for a spare.
A brand new bus? No. When?
Well, if we only have 2 buses on the road, and we plan on buying 3 over the next 3 years, you're gonna have a brand new bus sitting there. Sometime or another, you're gonna have pretty near a brand new bus sitting there as a spare.
Well, if you look on page 144, if that's where you're looking, I'm not
I'm looking
sure.
at 143.
Oh, okay.
It says 21, 22, we're gonna purchase a bus.
Yes.
22, 23, we're gonna purchase a bus. 23, 24, we're gonna purchase a bus.
That was the plan. So everybody gets a new bus together as a group. However, that plans can change. And you're talking about a new bus. If you look on page 144, if you look at the top of the page, well, there's the Corps and their buses, and then there's the buses for Annapolis, bus 46, 57, and 62. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the mileages on the buses. And the newest one was the vicinity of 2014. And at the time, it was considered the fact that we wanted a smaller bus for traveling. But it appears that that bus does not like being on our roads. All 3 of the buses, one for Corps, one for us, and one for Digby, we bought a new bus in 2014, and they're not doing well. Ours is the one, knock on wood, is doing the best for repairs, for working, for everything.
But I remember when we bought that little bus.
Yes.
We bought that little bus because it's the same as you going to the store or going to a gas station or a car dealership and buying a small impact car. Is that we knew it wasn't going to last as long as the bigger ones, but the bigger ones was pretty near twice the price. So when you look at it, to replace that small bus and keep it new, it was cheaper to trade that off get rid of it every so many years versus buying a large bus, paying twice as much for it, trying to make it last twice as long. Because you're still going to run into the operational cost on an old vehicle. If that little short bus was scheduled to run for 4 years and then throw it away, it was cheaper to do that than it was to buy a big bus, because you had to get 8 years out of the big bus, but the last 4 years of the big bus you ran into major repairs. And I was under the understanding that the last bus that was purchased, King's Transit made the decision what bus. That was never ever done before in this council chambers. King's Transit always came and proposed and gave us an idea of what buses were offered, and council always made that decision.
Well, I don't think that it happened, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't think it happened quite that way. It was proposed because we were concerned about having a big bus traveling all the time with very few people in it. And they figured that the mileage and everything and the cost would be lower. So we accepted that bus through the King's when they ordered the other 2. We all accepted it.
Yes. What I'm saying is that we got 3 buses scheduled.
Yes.
And if you're replacing large buses that are only 2 years old because you want a brand new spare, because the way it's set up is that if we're only going to keep 2 buses on the road, the bus we buy this year in 2 years' time is going to be our spare. It's only going to be 2 years old. So we're going to have a very expensive bus sitting there as a spare.
Well, we have a bus 57, which has over 1.5 million miles on it, which is a concern. And the Eldorados seem to be they're over their prime.
They're going to be gone.
So and then we received the bonus is that we received the last bus 62. That bus came to us with a lot of other buses from Halifax, because they were getting their new buses because they have a number such as 800,000 miles or something like that, and they replaced their buses. So that bus that we received, and the Corps as well, saved us because we were going to be having a problem with a new bus, or we wouldn't have had the spare. So that one saved us. But I know what you're saying, but it's not, you know, this is their suggestion of when we should be buying the buses from the GM. And maybe Steve has something else he would like to add to that, I'm not quite sure. Nope. I guess not.
So, but I'd like to finish. Go ahead. I'd like to have a report about how well those little buses, cost-wise, how well they projected out for the 4 years. Because if we've got a run from Bridgetown to Cornwallis Park that only has low ridership, why would you put a limousine where you needed a Volkswagen? And that's what we were up against, is that you could go through 2 small buses and have brand new buses under warranty over the same period of time if you bought a big bus, because it's not the people on it that's going to wear the bus out. It's the beat pound of the roads over the tenders of years. So that impact bus, the value bus, because it was going to be replaced and have another brand new one, which would be under warranty for certain stages, always came out a better deal than buying a big bus.
Perhaps after we finish the report, assuming there's a motion on the floor, you could bring that up as a separate motion.
Well, I wasn't going to make a motion, but I will over the next year or two, because I don't think that, and I definitely, when it comes time for a bus to be purchased, I will be pushing the fact that King's Transit comes to our council chambers, gives us all the options that we have before we purchase the bus.
Yeah, I find that a little strange to me that we basically pay money to be part of their system, but yet we own our own buses. I find that a little...
I think that's part of the contract that we had, that we would supply the buses.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's been like that for how many years? You would know.
It's been there a long time, but like I said, we've gone through a process of having 2 large buses and found that the bus on the west end, ridership, really never covered what it cost to buy that big bus. And that big bus started having repairs long before it was ever scheduled to be replaced. And at that time, we got them to give us examples of what it cost to buy a small impact bus, common bus, whatever we would call it. And like I said, you could replace that bus twice for the same dollar value as the big one, and have more warranty and have a newer vehicle.
Councillor LeBlanc, has there ever been I'm trying to get an impression, when I see the buses, I don't see a lot of people on them.
Has there been a study?
Pardon me?
Is that what you're going to ask about, a study?
And, well, no, I might have, but, so these buses, they go from Digby County to Kings County, right? So we're in the middle. So, you know, the fact that I may not see a lot of people when they're in Annapolis County doesn't mean there are more people in Kings County, is that right? And it's the same bus from one end to the other. No, different buses?
We have 2 buses that run in the spare, right? So we have a bus that runs from Greenwood Mall to Bridgetown here, and then we have a Bridgetown bus that runs from here to Cornwallis Park. And then the Digby bus comes into Cornwallis Park, and that's where it's transferred.
And they're all separate buses, so...
That's Digby's bus.
So the passengers, if they wanted to go from Kentville to Digby, you'd be switching buses 3 or 4 times.
Once, twice, 3 times to get to Digby. You get into Kentville, you go to Greenwood, then our bus, and you're good. No, that's right. Bridgetown, you go in our other bus, then go to Digby. And at Cornwallis, then a Digby bus to get to Digby. Did I cover that?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah. By my rough calculation, if the fee is $4 to get on the bus, it looks to me for the ridership in Annapolis County, if I looked at the numbers correctly, we're paying a little more than the fee. We're paying $5 or $6 a rider.
We're not making money if that's what
No,
you
we're
want to
not
know.
paying that much.
Oh, we aren't?
I don't believe. I don't
What's that?
believe, well,
I don't, yeah.
I'll wait until I.
Yeah, I could have done it wrong. I took the readership in previous to the current year, and I got about 84,000 people on the bus, and then I looked at the 438, and I divided 84 into 438, and I got about 5 or 6, just all rough numbers. I'm just trying to understand the whole system as a new counselor, to be honest with you. Yeah, Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm trying to do the same thing here, and I'm looking at the balance sheets and doing the little simple math, and I'm having a hard time figuring it out, I got to tell you. The numbers, the way they're presented, the actuals this year is, well, I can't even tell you what you mean because I don't know what the actuals are, but it looks like we spend a lot of money to transport 20,000, 30,000 people up and down the highways of Annapolis County. Riders over a year. That's 30, is it even 30,000 riders, yeah?
Well, and I think normally, when I looked at that chart, I got I have to find it. The ridership. I added Annapolis East and Annapolis West, and I looked at 2020, 62 and 82, or 62 and 22. I got 84,000. 84,000 for a normal year, and then I divided that into 438. I got, 8 goes into 45 times, maybe 6, and this is the operating account. I don't think it includes the cost of the buses.
No.
Right? It doesn't. So apart from these $600,000 buses, we're also doing that. So, I think municipalities have, particularly urban municipalities, have an obligation to have public transit. And I think rural ones do. And I'm sure Mr. Cotw could tell us that in Halifax, supports to a large degree the public ridership in the city of Halifax, right? Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can. I think if council has been to Halifax recently, you will notice that there are more bicycle lanes, and they've removed all the parking, and they're forcing people to stop to use transit, and they're making it inconvenient for you to bring your car downtown. And that's a concept that's really popular in Europe, not so much in North America. People love their cars in North America. So then they also have large park and ride facilities. So if you're coming from the valley, you can park your car somewhere in Lower Sackville, and then you jump on a bus, so you don't have to worry about parking and all of those things. The incentive, and of course parking rates are through the roof if you try to park indoors, or even at a parking meter. You're paying a lot. So it's council's policy. It's deliberate. It's intended to.
It's subsidized, right? Heavily subsidized.
It is still. Yeah, they're recovering a lot of the revenues, but every time you have this stuff, you get. The routes that are making money subsidize the routes that are not, because there are a lot of routes that go into communities that are sparse, and so it's a balance game. But they do make lots of money. It's never enough, though.
Nice to go. So that's all. I appreciate your help, Councillor LeBlanc, on all this. I find this an interesting. It's a lot of money for us.
Oh, and may I finish, because I never quite had I had kind of a follow-up. thing to that last one was, and that was to Councillor Connell's on the small buses. We would really never know how those small buses are holding up because we don't do the repairs in Annapolis County. Kings County does the repairs to all that and servicing to those buses.
But they still used to bring us a report how much each bus costs us per year to keep on the road.
But we haven't had really. Thank you. So,
Deputy Warden, would like to move receipt of Councillor LeBlanc's report.
yes, I move to receive Councillor report on King's Transit.
Seconder to the motion, Councillor Longmire. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Next we go to late additions, and Councillor Bartow would like to, now let me just, if I could just explain, this is a letter, a request from an Acadian society that went to Councillor Bartow. He thought it was going to be on the agenda for today. It ended up being on the council agenda for next week, but there is going to be a request for a letter of support from council, and not financial, but a letter of support. So I thought it best that Councillor Bartow explain it today, so that you're more armed with information when you get it in your package for the council meeting. So, Councillor Bartow.
I think maybe you can confirm it for me that when I forwarded an email and I put all councillors on it, did you actually receive that? Did you go down?
Do we all have it? I see people nodding that they have it, Councillor.
In the email string there was two attachments. One was the letter and the other was background information. This is Federation Association Defending Acadian Incorporated, and the FAFA is what it's called. There's an individual in my district who has been talking to me about it and telling me that it's coming since the first of the year. So I was prepared that it was going to show up, and then they just, the end of March, or the third week in March, sent the formal letter and request out. It's something that in cooperation, coordination with Parks Canada and Annapolis County, that to promote this project. It's going to be a benefit to the area. It represents, it's a Acadian family center. It's going to be on the foregrounds in Annapolis. They'll redo the building and replace that with a two-story building so that they can have a display area and a center. It's regarding the first Acadian settlers from 1636 to 1755 that came to the area. And I think that it's something that they just want a letter of support. They're not asking for any money, but it's a fairly important thing, and it would go to promoting more tourism in the area as well, bringing these families into the area. So I would strongly support this, and I will recommend to council to provide that letter of support for this group, so that it might help grease the ways for them to get this project on the road. It seems like they have cooperation and approvals from Parks Canada, whose site that they will be building on. So I think that it's a very important thing for the area, and that pretty much explains it. If you want to know more, the other attachment to the package actually has a little map on it, a big long description, which I'm not going to read you today. You can do that on your own time, I guess. But, so I'll move that council provides a letter of support for this project.
I'll second that. But can't we do it at council? We'll do it at council.
It's coming to council next week.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure that it goes through here, then when it comes to council, everybody's prepared so that it won't get put off another month in the decision.
I thought we'd leave it to come onto the council agenda without a recommendation from committee of the whole because we've already had an opportunity to discuss it, but it wasn't on the agenda and it wasn't made public in our package. It will be, but if we make it as a recommendation to committee of the whole, it won't go in the package, the background document, but if we just have it as a letter to council, it will be in the package for the public.
If the way it currently stands, it's addressed to Morgan Council, so it will come as council correspondence next week.
And the whole package, with the letter.
Everything that came will be in next week's agenda package.
So we can wait.
So I just assume we wait, and then I've printed it out, it's here. It'll be in our package, the public will have it, so when we debate it publicly next week, the public, if they're interested, can follow along, because right now all they know is your presentation.
Yeah, I've started the presentation, we can carry that on next week in council.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, just so for the benefit of the public that are watching, that there is a picture in the document that they'll see if they want to get the package next week, that this project won't add to the footprint at Fort Anne. It's just going to be in addition to an existing building. To me, that was important. So, any further questions for Councillor Bartow? Councillor Sheridan?
So was the application for funding in that package? I don't know. We have to see that.
No, I don't think so, because they're not looking for any funding from us.
A letter.
They're just looking for a letter of support.
You have a policy.
We have a policy.
Regards providing letters of support.
That's
Okay.
So if it is a letter of support for their application for funding, you need to see their final application for funding in order to provide a letter of support.
I'm glad you brought that to my attention. Do you think we could get that, Councillor Bartow,
I will request that.
for that council meeting coming up?
Are they looking for a letter of support for an application for funding? Or just in general?
Just let me get that here. Yeah, AFA is respectfully asking the municipality of the County of Annapolis to offer its support for this project that would make Annapolis Rural a tourism destination for all Acadians of the world.
So it looks like it's, if I heard Councillor Bartow correctly, it's just support for the project
That's what it sounds like.
and not support for an application for funding.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't
think
need,
it's an application for funding.
that's not the indication of the
No, I didn't get that either.
So should I just let it slide that? Should I call Robert?
We still need to have a copy of their application for their funding, even if we're going to give a letter of support. Is that right?
Yeah.
If they're asking us, the council, to provide a letter of support for their application for funding, so if they're saying we're applying to XYZ, we need a letter of support from the county to go with our application to XYZ. If they just want a letter saying, we think this is a great idea, party on dues.
Yes, exactly.
You know, if it's not linked to
I don't think
a
it's,
funding application.
I don't, Councillor Bartow read it. I'll read it again. FAFA is respectfully asking the municipality of County Annapolis to offer its support for this project that would make Annapolis Royal a tourist destination for Acadians of the world.
Yeah,
So it doesn't sound like it's in support of the funding application.
that's right.
In which case, we wouldn't need this document.
Exactly.
Right.
All right.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. They're asking for support. Are they saying a letter of support, or they're looking for support? Because there could be a catch-22 there, folks, with the support. Well, you said you'd give us support before in your letter. We support your thing. Well, we're asking you now for money. That's how one of the ways you can support it. You can call it what you called a few weeks ago, semantics, how something is phrased, maybe the word they use. I would say offer a letter of support, but that would be it at this point.
I would suggest if council is offering a letter of support, it would be exactly how they are asking it is exactly how they would get it back. We are looking for a letter of support, so council would say, this is a letter of support, hoping to whatever increase tourism in the area, blah, blah, whatever exactly their request is exactly the letter that they get back.
In my interactions with the local representative of the committee for this project, that was how he presented to me originally. It was just a letter of support. He did not. He said that no funding requests involved with it or attached to it. They just wanted to.
As I read this,
the county thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, I think as I read this, this group has not yet applied for their financing. On page 4 it says, the FAFA is preparing and submitting a request for assistance to finance the design phase for the preparation of plans and specifications for the construction of the Center for Acadian Families at Port Royal at the site of Fort Anne and Annapolis Royal. The FAFA will then work jointly with Parks Canada to solicit proposals, evaluate them, select a successful consulting firm, and review the design at various stages. Subsequently, the FAFA will coordinate the solicitation of funds from various sources to complete the construction phase. So it looks like they've left the door open to come back and look for money from us in the future.
They always do.
I expect they tend to use council's letter in their funding applications, so it's a little...
It does kind of
yes.
sound like
Councilor Cotw.
And we have a policy, and we used it against the Morristown Education Center.
Yes.
When they asked for a letter of support, we wouldn't ask them until they sent us their application. So I think it would be proper that Council Prior would contact them and say, have you got your applications for funding, and we can give you a letter of support as far as it goes. But we shouldn't give it until we make sure that we're not on the hook.
I think that's where my head is at the moment, is that we would be well served and safer if we could get a copy of their financing application before we give our letter of support. And perhaps you could work on that between now and next week.
I can, well, all I can say is the discussions I had from January until March was all verbal. There was nothing in the paper until I received this. He did send me a previous one, and he said, scrap that, and here's the final one, because they put an up-to-date diagram in it, and all those things. So, but in reading through this again, it's not as clear as what his verbal discussions would be. So I think to cover us,
Council doesn't supply a carte blanche letter of support.
yeah.
Right. If you were providing a letter of support, you would be specific. You would say, we would love to provide this letter of support to XYZ company in their funding application to you to develop blah, blah, blah. So a letter of support is very specific to the funding stream that's being applied for. Some funding streams require, so anytime we get these in, I have to check the original funding stream to see what exactly they are required. Are they requiring a letter of support? Are they requiring a letter of acknowledgement? What is the name of the fund they are applying for? Although it's not simply a letter of support anymore.
I'll ask who this is. They're intending to attach this to, and try to get the appropriate information back.
I think we'll just leave it. There's not a motion on the floor. I think we'll just leave it that if you could bring us some information about the finances and the funding application at the council, we'll deal with it there. And it seems to me that, maybe they can go ahead and make their application, and if they want to come back to us for financial help in the future, that in a way we might be even better off without having given the letter of support at this point in time, because then we're more free to do what we want in the future.
And
This is
then
exactly
put
what-
the urgent package on Thursday night so they can give it extra on the card.
Yeah.
This is exactly why I want to have this discussion at committee whole meeting, because like, there could be complications and stuff that I have to dig down on.
Yeah.
This gives me the lead time to fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
And if it's helpful, then it's the person itself.
Sure.
That completes the agenda other than the in-camera matters, and so I think we'll take our afternoon break and come back in 5 to 10 minutes. Do we need to put out a search party for councillors LeBlanc and Palmer?
Send the horse in.
I believe she's leaving. I don't know if she was going to work for.
I think she said that she would tell him about that.
Yeah, she did. She's not leaving, she's just gonna go out in the coat room, so we're gonna go get her when we come back.
Sorry?
Carolyn wants to be notified when we come back out of in camera, in case she's still here.
Is anybody going to see Councillor Longmire?
She's in the washroom.
She's in the washroom.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be
I
saying
think
so much information.
Carolyn was gonna see if she could find her.
Here she is. Too much paper.
So welcome back after the break. I'll entertain a motion to go in camera to deal with litigation matters. Moved by Councillor Longmire, seconded by Councillor Bartow. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Longmire moves, seconded by the Deputy Warden. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much.